28th, 5 p.m. This is a special session, and I will be calling the meeting to order. Again, it is 5 p.m., and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wonderful. Well, welcome, everyone. We'll start with board roll call. Kevin Campbell.
Here.
Brady Anderson.
Here.
Eric Gordy.
Here.
Beth Praska.
Here.
Jessica Johnson. Here. Amy Edwards is here. We have quorum of the board. Also on the call is Kathy Ellers, as well as our consultants from our search firm with School Exec Connect. And with that, I would ask for an approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve tonight's agenda as presented.
Wonderful.
Eric Gordy.
And do I have a second?
Second, Kevin Campbell.
Great. I have a first and a second. All in favor. We will do board roll call. Jessica Johnson. Aye. Brady Anderson.
Aye.
Kevin Campbell.
Aye.
Eric Gordy.
Aye.
Beth Praska. Beth Praska.
Aye.
All right, and Amy Edwards, aye. Agenda is approved for formality purposes. And then I will turn it over to School Exec to present our first interview finalist.
Well, we'd like to welcome back Ted Inns from Northeast Iowa. This will be his second interview with the board, and he also had an interview with the stakeholder group Monday night. And I told Ted that even Ken and I don't know what questions you're asking tonight, so he should just relax and enjoy the evening. Ken, anything to add?
No, that's great. Welcome, Ted.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. It's my pleasure to welcome you back for the next round of interviews. I'm thankful you had an opportunity to get to know some members of our community earlier this week. So thank you for that time, and thanks in advance for your time with us this evening. The format of the interview tonight will be each board member has the opportunity to ask you a couple of different questions just based on follow-up to perhaps the interview or follow-up to the stakeholder conversations. From a process perspective, I will call on each individual board member and they will ask their question to you. And then when that question has been satisfied and answered, then I'll move on to call on to the next board member. So with that, welcome. Thank you for being here this evening. And I will start out with first question from Eric Gordy.
Thank you very much. So Ted, thank you for joining us. Again, Eric Gordy, treasurer on the board right now. So probably a timely question. With the pandemic that's currently going on, with the stay-in-place orders here in Minnesota, I'm sure a lot of families, students, and even staff are concerned with the state of the district, the state of their own welfare. Could you please provide us your opinion and what your plan would be when school begins at the start of next school year to welcome and support not only our staff, but our students and family?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'd say thank you for having me back this evening. I'm really looking forward to tonight's conversation. And I would say that's a very good question. Minnesota a little bit ahead of Iowa when it comes to the e-learning process. It is not a requirement in the state of Iowa, so a lot of school districts are doing the voluntary piece over the required learning piece, just because of the access, availability, and the students that are EL and the students that have IEP. I would say this, given the opportunity, not knowing what's going to happen moving forward, I would not wait until the school year to address this with our families. Given the opportunity, as soon as we can make connections with our families and our students, reaching out to whoever, whether it be school counselors, social workers at the school system, at the state level, how do we get a hold of those families and those students that have been traumatized by this whole piece? Better to start now than later. The longer we wait, the tougher it's going to be. What we've done with our teachers here is, because we do the voluntary piece right now, we've asked our teachers to go out and connect with their families, connect with our students, do a phone call, do a video recording. We had a teacher parade in our district where we had 60 cars that drove through our 5 outlying centers, and we told the families when they were going to be there. I think the biggest piece that we need to make sure of is that our families still feel a part of our community, even though the biggest piece is they're not in our brick and mortar buildings every day, but it's one of those pieces that we're still here to support them at any time that they need anything. And that's a big task for schools, but in all reality, that's what we do every day anyway. So why don't we continue to do that to the best of our ability that we can right now? But I wouldn't wait until fall. I would start it now, reach out to our most vulnerable students, because the schools, we know who they are already, and making sure that those students have a good connection, and then work our way through all 1,582 of Rockford area school students and their families.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Great, thank you. Next, I'll call on Kevin Campbell.
See, I can't find myself here. There are. Let's. If I can. I have the grid on, which is different. Oh, am I unmuted?
Nope, I can hear you.
Perfect. Fantastic. All right. I am curious. I know you have some experience already. Could you further explain, as you come in, and I kind of looked at your phase, 100 days plan in pieces as well, but what steps would you take to ensure that you have the trust, respect, and the buy-in of your district staff and building principals, kind of your cabinet, as you came in, and then ensure that you have a thriving work environment?
Sure. I think the first piece with that entry-level plan, number one, is to build that trust. To actively listen to all of those groups, cabinet level, teachers, students, community members, business leaders, everybody that is a stakeholder within the Rockford area schools. And that's not something that happens overnight. I'm not naive enough to say that I'm going to meet with the teachers the first day and they're going to say, wow, this is the best thing since sliced bread. If somebody new is coming in, it takes time to build those relationships, and starting with that trust and transparency. We talked about making sure that you have trust within all organizations. Well, that's something that has to be earned. It can't be that I would say, yep, I'm going to be transparent with everything that we do, and then not do it. I have to follow through in making sure, whether it be financially, whatever the case may be, as far as hiring, staffing, mentorship, professional development, everything that might go in within the regular school system, but also in the community. I can tell the outlying, whether it be Corcoran, Rockford, any of the outlying centers in Rockford area schools, yep, I'm going to be present at your town celebrations, or yes, I'm going to come to your council meeting and share my state of the district address with you. But if I don't do that, they're not going to buy into anything else that I have to say. It's being visible. It's going out and really seeking what is it that people are looking for and what is it that they want to do. And that's over time. I guess anytime a new superintendent came in districts that I worked in, that was one of the biggest pieces we ever talked about. People come in kind of a flash in the pan, the first 3 months, they're everywhere and they're doing everything. And then after a while, it slowly starts to dwindle and go away. And that's not something that I believe you can do. Your first 30 days or 60 days in a district, that should be how you maintain the rest of your career.
right, Kevin, is that question complete then?
Sure. I mean, how about specifically with your maybe direct reports or, district staff and building admin, those kind of pieces? What do you do to foster relationships there?
Sure, but I apologize for not answering that sooner. What we do within our district right now and what we've done when I was a building principal, we have weekly admin meetings. We get together on a Monday afternoon. People try to block off an hour, maybe an hour and a half of time, depending upon the agenda that we have. And we have a running agenda every week. We talk about different things that are going on in all three of our buildings that are in my current district. And so it's not wasting time. We put the agenda out there and people try to come together and have answers or try to come up with solutions. And if we can't, we table it until the next time. I think the biggest piece is making sure that you set dedicated time with your admin team and or directors within your district. Within our district, our cabinet level, we try to meet every month after our school board meeting, just to recap what happened at our school board meeting and moving forward, what are things within, whether it be buildings and grounds, food service, technology, I guess our curriculum office, what are things that are coming forward that we need to address and not only share with staff, but also within our community.
Perfect, thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, I will call on Beth Praska.
Hello, thank you for being with us tonight. So academics is why we're here. This is the whole purpose of school. So I'd like to know, how do you monitor academic gains in the schools that you would be superintendent of? What are the things that you look for or monitor?
Sure, absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you more. 100% academics, that's the main thing, and that's what we want to make sure that we focus on, that academics is the main thing, and we keep that the main thing. I know a lot of people get caught up in, I'm getting some feedback. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm getting some feedback here.
Yeah, if you're not talking, reminder to mute your microphone.
That's okay. Oh, did everybody get with that so far? I think the biggest piece is a lot of people get caught up in, I would say, the MCAs and the high stakes testing that we have. That's one area that school districts, and unfortunately, and I will say unfortunately, we get graded up on all the time. There's a lot of learning that takes place in between fall and springtime, and it doesn't necessarily get the credit for what happens. There's a number of factors that can go into high stakes testing. Students can have a bad day, timing, it takes too long, or they take too short, or some kids just go in and they click, 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 because again, for many students, it's just a test. What I really like to look at is what's going on in the classroom. What are people doing with their formative and summative assessments throughout the course of the year? And is it aligned to what we're trying to do with the MCAs? Another question is proficiency versus non-proficiency. A student can move 2 grade levels in growth and still not be proficient, but that's high quality teaching that's going on in the classroom. So it's one of those pieces that, what is it we want to look at? ACT scores, MCAs, those are the ones, SAT scores, those are the ones that really get a lot of the publicity and a lot of, well, the schools are doing really well, the schools are not doing really well. I think what happens from the beginning of September through the end or middle of June is as important, if not more important, because I would hope that our classroom teachers and instructors would be able to tell their building principal and also report to myself or the school board how well students are doing and not wait for that time. And I guess one of the best phrases that I've ever learned as a building principal and a superintendent, inspect what you expect. If I expect high quality instruction going on in the classroom, I better not be sitting behind my desk all day long, not knowing what's going on in the classroom. I like to do walkthroughs, check out with classroom teachers what they're doing, why they're doing it. Do they have learning targets on the board? And do students know what that learning target's for? And how is it matched up to standards? And also walk through the buildings with my building principals. So if there is a conversation that has to be had, that we're all on the same page with it. And again, our walkthroughs and those things are not to catch anybody doing anything wrong. It's just if we expect high quality instruction in our students learning, and we can help facilitate that with an instructional coach or through our curriculum office or PLCs, that's what we want to do. Our goal is that every student is learning as much as they can every single year, because you only get one time to go through 3rd grade. You only get one time to be in 10th grade biology. And our goal should be to make sure that our students learn as much as they can during that time.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Oh, trying to unmute my line. All right. Next, I'll call on Brady Anderson.
Okay. Hey, Ted. As you know, we are a district that is on the very edge of suburban sprawl. As a result, we lack the tax benefits of the more suburban districts. We're so grateful to the taxpayers who have been footing the bill, for lack of a better description, in our community, where more burden lies on the individual taxpayer to fund the education. What are some strategies that you think would be applicable in helping to offset the tax burden in our community to the individual taxpayer to fund an amazing education?
Sure. You know, I think without knowing exactly how everything is financed to the Rockford schools, I think the number one thing is, if given the opportunity to be the superintendent, is to sit down with the SBO or the finance director of the school and look at what is the burden of the tax base for those taxpayers. What other streams of revenue are out there that we haven't tapped into? Are there things that we are spending money on that, I don't want to say frivolous because that's a bad word, but we're not getting the bang for our dollar? And if there's things that can go maybe more into the academic wing instead of some other place, have we looked at those things? You know, obviously in Minnesota you have operational levies that you can look at. And when you do that, I think it's one of those pieces that before you would go out and look at doing an operational levy, it is, what is your district willing to support? Is your district willing to support it? Because just going out for a levy and knowing that it's going to fail or not have the support, that becomes very difficult to try to overcome in the future. I think if you're going to do a levy, you need to really have a good support system in place, whether it be business leaders, homeowners, staff, teachers, all the stakeholders of the district that are a part of that and can really give some good insight and guidance on that. And I'll use an example here, and I know it's not applicable to the state of Minnesota, but when I started here, there's operational sharing. And that's something that I would try to pursue if it was given the opportunity in Minnesota, where if you share a building and ground person and or a human resource director, something like that with another school district, you get up to 5, 6, 7 FTEs that the state will pay you for that. Plus, you're dividing that contract between 2 different school districts. So there's a lot of different avenues that you can look at, and that was one that had never been explored here till I got here. So sitting down, really look at what other streams of revenue are possible, and if there's things that we're spending money on that, again, we're not getting the bang for our dollar, to look at that and how can we adjust currently what our budget is moving forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on Jessica Johnson.
Hi, Ted. Good to see you. Glad you're here tonight. My question is, what will you do to build a positive, healthy work environment that treats employees as professionals? And how do you build trust between staff and administration?
Sure.
If you can give some examples of maybe some things you've done, that would be great.
Absolutely. You know, I think the number one thing is when you look at staff overall, I guess any place I've ever been, I've tried to treat them like a family. I think that's really important in building those relationships. Just as with a family, not everybody's going to agree all the time. There's going to be some bad times and some good times. But I think the number one thing is, I would say that every staff that I've ever worked with as an administrator has always said that I've had their back. I'm willing to work with them, collaborate with them. I am not a top-down person whatsoever. It's one of those pieces that, you know, we're all in this together. We're trying to do everything that we possibly can to make sure that the experience for our students and our school community is the best one ever. And an example, I'll give an example of when I was a two examples. One, when I was a principal at Pine Bend Elementary, my first day as principal there with staff, I had a veteran teacher that I wouldn't say called me out, but kind of did call me out on, we were talking about staffing needs and this and that next, and he said, well, what are you going to do about it? And I said, well, this is my first day here. You've been here for 25 years. What do you think we should do about it? And so we had a conversation afterwards, really as a whole staff, and it kind of dumbfounded me. And they said, no one's really asked us what we really think. And I think just breaking that barrier that, I don't have all the answers. You have great input. You're in the classroom. Tell me what we can do. And I think the next thing is that being that transparency piece. My staff here, I have an open door policy. They come in at all times of the day and night when they're available, and we just have conversations. And I think that's one of the things that I've been able to hang my hat on as an administrator, that people feel like they can come in and have an honest conversation and talk about things. And I'm not going to go behind their back and say something negative. It's, what we say, if you want it to stay in this room, it can stay in this room. If you don't mind me sharing it, I'm willing to share it. And I think that's probably one of my biggest assets as an administrator, is that relationship builder, because I want our staff to be treated as professionals, treated with respect, and know that when times get tough, I'm there with them. I'll fight tooth and nail for them all along the way.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate it.
Yes.
All right, now it's time for me.
Okay.
So my next question is about growth. So we've got a lot of really interesting things going on in our district. We've got 3 magnet schools, and obviously we're working to position ourselves for growth and stability, both, right? They go hand in hand at times. We've got a tremendously dedicated and experienced staff, and we've got kind of a mix of new and people that have been here for a long time. And with strategic development, change is inevitable, right? That comes, it's part of it. So could you help us understand your approach to change management as you're thinking about positioning a district to be successful in the future and navigating those waters?
Sure. I good for you that you're having a little bit of growth, and that's a change, because again, people always assume with growth that there aren't any issues with it. More money's coming in, and you don't have to worry about space or buildings or transportation or anything like that. So that's, unfortunately, fortunately for you, that's a different end of what it is for me. But I think one of the things when it comes to change is, as I shared previously, there needs to be a lot of people involved in that. When you're talking about making a strategic plan and having that change agent, number one, the first thing I like to talk about is, when we make that change, what is it for? Why would we make that change? How is it going to benefit our students, number one? And secondly, how is it going to benefit our school community? I know with your IB program and your magnet program, you're part of the Northwest Suburban Integration. So, obviously, that's a great move right there, because you're getting some students that may not be your typical Rockford students, maybe more diverse than what you had previously. You're getting students that are moving out from some of the suburban areas out to the magnet schools and providing opportunities for them that they might not get in their home district. And so when it comes to change, I would assume that when you went to the magnet school and things like that, it wasn't a piece where it was, well, the superintendent sat in the office and said, well, we're going to do this because I think it's a great idea. It would be, building that consensus with the staff, the community, the parents, the students, and all of those stakeholders. There's a saying that a lot of top-down initiatives never work. We did it when I was at Emmett Grove Heights, and we're doing it here at Howard Winnicott Community Schools. We're actually doing the pyramid backwards. We're doing it from the classroom to the boardroom, where when we do our vision cards, we looked at areas that we wanted to try to improve on for our strategic plan. Is it staff and student satisfaction in the classroom? Is it financial or fiscal responsibility? Is it scores based on Iowa assessments or MCAs in Minnesota? Is it based on What is it we're trying to do? Fund balance, those pieces. So we sat down and we're sitting down and we're trying to figure out what we're trying to do and the main areas that we're trying to accomplish. And we're having teachers involved, if applicable, for our students to be involved, staff involved, business owners, and community members. Because again, it's the whole community that should be involved in the strategic plan, so that when you're sharing it out with the community, it's not, well, they just sat in a room and decided. It's no, we had input. We made decisions on how we want to move our district forward and what's best for our district. I hope that answered your question. Was there more?
No, it did, generally speaking. Yeah, for sure. I think one of the follow-up questions that I might have is, I think there's maybe different degrees of buy-in despite whatever process you take, right? Yep. And sometimes change comes at us and sometimes we're a part of it and all of those sort of things. So maybe better stated is, could you give me an example where either change was coming at the district and things needed to rapidly shift, or as part of the strategic plan and helping move the entire team along that with different degrees of perspectives and buy-in, or whatever phrase we want to use for it, but just to really help with that, because tomorrow might be different than today, but how do you honor the past and move into the future? Maybe that's the question.
No, absolutely. I think that's a fair statement. I would say number one is we want to make sure that we honor all the work that's been done in the past. I mean, a lot of people put a lot of time and effort in to making whatever school system you work in the school system that it is today. And I would say with our veteran teachers, that's probably the biggest concern is we did this, 5-10 years ago. We spent a lot of time and we made sure that it fit our needs. But I think one of the biggest pieces that I try to share with our staff and with our community is what we did 10 years ago doesn't necessarily fit the needs of our learners in our community now. As you talked about, change comes. And whether we want to embrace it or not, that's just some things that, unfortunately, whether they don't want to, we have to do it. And sometimes this is what we need to do for the good of our students. And again, it doesn't always go smooth. But I think the biggest piece is if there's a change that's being made and someone's resistant to it, more than likely it's because they're uncomfortable with it. And it's not part of their nature. And so when we make those changes, how do we support those individuals? How do we make sure that it doesn't become something that they're not comfortable with, but how do we make sure that they can jump on board? And again, with change, it doesn't have to be something that's going to happen overnight. It might be, hey, and I'll use Pine Bend as an example. We started PLCs and it was a piece where some teams did it and some teams didn't. And it was like, hey, we're not expecting you to do everything the first day. Let's talk about our meeting times. Let's talk about our roles. Let's talk about what our standards are and slowly build as we go on. Because again, if you try to throw too much at somebody at once, even though it's kind of a mandate, they will be overwhelmed and they'll completely resist and not want to do it. So I think if you break it down into chunks and explain why, people are more wanting to come on board with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Next, I will go back up to the top of the list to Eric Gordy.
Amy, I almost got through everyone without them asking that question, and you stole it from me. But that's okay. All right. So, Ted, thank you. Every person has goals, professional, personal goals. Every district, every building, has these goals. As maybe not you, but as someone is writing your story, at the end of this is all done, what is the accomplishment out of Rockford that is that feather or that piece that people take away from Ted's leadership reign in our district?
Sure. Goals are funny. And I say that because there's smart goals and there are long-term goals. And they're ever moving. And I would say for me personally, I think Rockford's a great school district. As I shared before, all the research that I've done on it, and found out, the reviews from students and staff and, wherever you could find it. My goal would be to take it from where it currently is to that next level. We talk about having students come to Rockford schools. You know, the biggest piece would be that we have so many people that want to come to Rockford schools because, number one, they're going to get a high quality education. The teachers are going to have great relationships, not only with the students, but with the families, and a couple of other things. And it goes right along with it. Our fine arts, you know, your band and your music programs are outstanding, that they continue to be tops. Our athletic programs continue to compete in the Wright County Conference and at the district and sub-state level and state level. I think the biggest piece that I would want, more than anything else, above all of that, is Ted came in, unified our school community, had us become one, made sure that we were all on the same page, and we worked hard as we could every single day to make sure that our kids had a safe, make sure that our students had a safe place to learn, quality education, and last but not least, if I was there for 8 years, 10 years, that there were never any parent complaints. But you know, that's never going to happen. But I think, you know, that's the biggest piece is, you know, if we're satisfying families, then that's what we should have.
Great. Good. Okay. Next, we'll move on to Kevin Campbell.
All right. All right. Here's my question. What are some of the challenges in your current district, and why are you interested in being our next superintendent?
Sure. Number one, I would say challenges in our district is that we are a rural community, very rural, and our enrollment does not continue to rise. If we're fortunate, we lose 10, maybe 15 students a year. And financially, that's a huge drain on our district. There are some things, and again, I'm not wanting to throw any other former superintendents underneath the bus, but there are some things that our district does that no other district does in the state of Iowa, let alone a rural small district, and trying to keep up with those financial pieces. It can be tough, and I've had to have some tough conversations with staff, and they completely understand it, but they don't always agree with it. And I would say we are very much a traditional pre-K-12 school. And I think what intrigues me about Rockford is, you know, you have about 500 more students than we do. I am really intrigued by your magnet programs. I think that is something that is just ready and continuing wanting to take off. When I look at the videos of the elementary school and the middle school and what kids are doing, we don't necessarily have that here. And I know that the IB program, you know, there's 16 other school districts in the state of Minnesota that have IB, and that is, in my mind, unbelievable selling point. And it's not for every student, but there are a number of students that is very intriguing for them. You have a quality college in the schools, AP, CTE program at your high school. And again, the proximity of where you're at in relationship to the Twin Cities, in my mind, is a family that doesn't want to live in a suburb and wants their student or their child to have the opportunity to go to a great school system, be involved and do a lot of great things academically, plus on the co and extracurricular activity side. I mean, you can't beat it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. And one thing, if I can follow up on that, and I would say that's a selling point for me as a parent. I have a son that's a junior, and when we look at opportunities to look at places we might want to go to, he's very adamant about where he would and would not want to attend school.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next, I'll call on Beth Preska.
There, I got it on. So leaders in small districts often have to wear many hats. They have many roles in the district. how will you distribute the workload in an equitable way?
Sure. Being from a small district, I do wear a lot of hats. That's just something that I do. And, I think the biggest piece is when it comes to distributing work, number one is it's not something the first day we would sit down and say, this person, this person, this person. I think we need to find out what the strengths of individuals are. And in the central office and or building level, we need to sit down and we talk about what are the strengths of the individuals and what are all the job responsibilities that need to be done within a school district. And with that, when you're dividing up, and I would say my administrative team, not my central office team, my administrative team, we sit down every year and it changes. It might be someone does 504 plans this year, and there's a lot of them maybe at the high school, not the elementary school. So our high school principal and counselor will take that on. So it's an ever evolving piece of work that we try to do. But I think the best way to do it is to decide what are all the job responsibilities out there? What are the strengths? Someone might say, I really want to do that. And I'm thinking, geez, why would you want to do that? That's a horrible job. But again, it's one of those pieces that it fits their wheelhouse. And with the central office, it's just sitting down and discussing, okay, what is it we have and how do we make it work? And maybe there's times you'd say, well, even though it's not, we really need you to do this, but we're not going to make you do it alone. We're going to support you the best that we can to make sure that it's an easy transition for you.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Brady Anderson to ask his next question.
Great, thank you. So nobody is perfect. We all fail. Tell me about a failure that you've experienced in a leadership role and how you've applied what you've learned from that failure in moving forward.
Sure. Wow, only one, huh? Okay, well, I would say this. One of the biggest pieces, and I would say that as a building associate principal, I tried to incorporate a learning lab for students that were coming in that were struggling academically from our junior high to our middle school to our high school. We had sat down and we had talked about, we had about 70 kids or whatever that were struggling academically out of 570. And we tried to put a plan in place. And we had hired a teacher to do like a structured study hall with them to teach them how to organize themselves, turn in assignments and all those pieces. The first year, it went really great. We had a high quality teacher that did it. And unfortunately, that person ended up getting a teaching job as an English teacher because that was the major that she had. The second year, we wanted to keep it going, and it was a complete disaster. We ended up hiring somebody that wasn't a good fit, and it probably did more harm than good. And I would say this, I probably rushed too much into keeping that because it had been so successful the first year that it was, well, whoever we put in there is going to be able to make it successful. And I would say not taking the time to really sit back at that point and saying, we really need to look at this and make sure the individuals that we're going to put in there would be able to do the job that the other person did. And like I said, it blew up in my face. Kids were failing, and it just didn't work out very well for us. And how did I learn from it? I would say the best thing is just because something worked last year doesn't mean it's going to work in the future, and to make sure you do due diligence on what you're trying to accomplish so that you're not just rushing to get something done to move on to the next piece.
Wonderful. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, I'll invite Jessica Johnson to ask her next question.
Hi, Ted. So I'm going to go back to our interview from last week. You said something that sparked my interest. You talked about the OJT program and your connection, your connection with the community college. Can you elaborate on that and how that has worked out at your school?
Sure. As I stated last week, when I first got here, we didn't have, I would say, anything to do with on-job training or MOC. And I kept wondering, why is that? Every place I had been since 1995 until here had a OJT program. I'm thinking, we have kids that if we're trying to individualize their learning and meet their needs, they don't need to be in our building from 8:10 in the morning till 3:20. And one of the pieces was I met with the director of our NICC Cresco Center, and I just shared with him. I said, is this something that we can do? I know we have teachers that have the license at our high school level. We do a job shadowing experience at the junior high level where kids have to go out and they job shadow at least 1 or 2 or 3 times a year, and then it's like it falls off the face of the earth, and we don't have kids do anything past that. And it was really a piece of, well, kids have to have this certain GPA to get here, and kids have to do this, and kids have to do that. I'm like, why are we putting up all these barriers for our kids? Our goal is to take those barriers down to allow our students to experience as much as they possibly can. So we sat down, and actually within our NICC Center now we have a on-the-job training, but also it's a in combination or coordination with our high school, but also we have on-the-job training skills at our community college that those kids can take. So it's not just, you know what, I'm going to go work at Featherlight and I'm going to weld for 4 hours after school. It's the job interview process. How do you fill out an application? How do you log what you're doing? If you want to do something in the future besides being a welder and you want to go back after your certificate, what are the steps that you need to take? So what we've really tried to do, and I'll be honest, we don't have 100 kids doing it, but we have our regular ed and our special ed students doing it. So we have our special ed case manager that has the endorsement, and our regular, I guess I'll call him an OJT coordinator here that does it as well. So on any given, I would say, semester, we might have 10, maybe 15 kids, but the biggest thing is they get the credit, they get experience, they get paid, and it works out really well. And some of those kids that might be fringy on the academic end at school, they work harder at their other classes. They're not behavior issues anymore because they know that, it might be 1 o'clock and I'm done for the day, but I'm getting all my other requirements out of the way. And this is something that I want to do, and I want to move forward with it. So it's, in my mind, it's no different than students that want to go to take a PSEO option, want to do a concurrent enrollment option. It's just at a different level.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's back to me.
Okay.
So board relationships are critical. A successful relationship between the superintendent and the board, administrative team and the board, as well as teachers, community, et cetera, and the board. Those relationships are critical. As a superintendent, if you help us understand how you leverage the board, perhaps if they have different backgrounds or talents, how do you leverage those talents, and or how do you engage them in the work of the district?
Sure. And I'm assuming that the Rockford school board is no different than my school board. When I first had the opportunity to become a superintendent, I really like to sit down with each school board member individually, and it might be for an hour, it might be for 2 hours, whatever time frame they have. And really it's just to understand their background, their reason for wanting to be on the board, and their view of what Rockford area schools is. And that gives me a lot of, I would say, upfront information early on. And it's one of those pieces that I would say here, when I met with my board the first time, I knew one of them. I didn't know any of the other ones. And so I learned a lot from them of what they wanted to accomplish. And I'll be honest with you, they were all pretty similar, but there were some different things they didn't agree upon. So with that, we had the opportunity, and I know that you can do it in Minnesota as well. We had someone from the Iowa School Board Association, from the Minnesota School Board Association, talk about the roles and the responsibilities of the board, and what does that look like? The piece is, I tell my board all the time, when we go to a meeting and we talk about things, for lack of a better term, all the dirty laundry should have been taken care of prior to that board meeting. And I mean that because I think anytime a decision's made, unified front is important. Not that everybody can necessarily, with 100% certainty say they agree, but they can move forward with consensus. And I always encourage my board in my weekly update on Fridays, or if like now, I text them every day and send them information about COVID-19. If you have any questions or concerns, don't wait until a meeting. Give me a call, stop in, send me an email. I think that's that whole trust piece too of, when a superintendent takes a job with the school board, that trust is that board wants that individual around for a long time. And it's not, well, 1 year they're here and we really don't like what they do, so we're not gonna, we're gonna not renew them. And I think, that's the biggest piece. That trust factor goes both ways, and sitting down and having those open conversations. And do I have honest and hard conversations by school board? Absolutely at times, and I think the biggest piece is they know that I'm not there to, I guess, get in an argument with them or yell at them, but I want them to understand the viewpoint that they represent the whole area, not just a group of people, but they represent the whole area and how that impacts everybody with the decisions that they make. And I would say this is in relationships, I would say that my board feels that they can come in, they can call me, they can talk to me at any time. I'm readily available, and they're not afraid to ask tough questions. I feel that I have a great relationship with them. They see me at events or things like that, and they'll ask a question every now and then. But I think the biggest piece is having those face-to-face conversations and asking those tough questions, and being okay to say, we'll move forward with it. It's a tough, difficult situation, but the goal is that we communicate with each other as much as we possibly can.
Great, thank you. Let's see. I think we probably have time for a couple of more questions. We're at 5:47, so we might not get through the whole round, but I'm going to just keep going in the same order, unless I'll take a pause. If somebody has a burning question, we probably have time for 2 more questions.
Amy, is there a way we could maybe have some more? Ted, I'd love to hear things that you're going through, and maybe now we ended with questions that you might have. Is there a way we could do some of that and have just some more open dialogue with that?
Yeah.
Would you guys be okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Anybody else? Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Kevin.
So I guess I'll just start with the question then, Ted, is what are you learning through the process to just get it going? So this we can kind of standardize. What are you learning through the process, and what, we finished last time with what questions do you have? What questions do you have in determining if you want to be our next superintendent?
I don't have a lot of questions, and I would say I think out of all the interviews I've ever done, I think this has been a very thorough interview between the 2 sessions with the board members and the stakeholders on Wednesday evening. I guess one of the questions that I would, people always ask me, why is it that I want to be a superintendent, and why did I get into education? And I had a teacher of mine, a chemistry teacher, and I'll just share this with you. This really drove my passion for education. I had a chemistry teacher in high school. He could have played professional baseball. He played with Billy Martin. If you guys remember Billy Martin, he was a baseball player, managed the Twins and the New York Yankees. He played with Billy Martin. And I'll never forget in class, said, you can do more in education than I could as a ball player. And he said, I touch your lives. And I remember being in his classroom. I sat in the front row, probably because I wasn't the best student, but I sat in the front row, and he would be blowing things up and catching things out of the air. And I thought, wow, you're a magician. And he was so passionate about what he did. I was like, that's what I got to do. I want to be that exact same person. It chokes me up because he was outstanding. And my sister became a chemist because of him. And so I know the impact that education can have. And, not only from a classroom teacher, but a building principal, but as a district administrator, you have the keys to open up opportunities that maybe kids don't even realize they have in front of them right now. And I think that's my passion.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, I guess one of the other pieces, and I know that I get asked it a lot as well, you know, why Rockford? As I shared, you know, I have 4 children. My son and I, we look, you know, and there were, if you're not aware, there were a lot of jobs open in Minnesota this year, superintendent's jobs. And we would sit and say, hey, what do you think about this? No. And I said, you know, I'm not really interested in that either. I don't throw my hat out for every job. You know, I'm not looking, as I shared before, I'm not looking to go to a school district of 10,000, 11,000. I've gone rural, suburban, urban. I've worked in large and small. I know where my wheelhouse is. I know where my niche is as an educator. And that's what I like. I like where I know the families, I know the community, I know the kids, and they know me. And they're not afraid to have that honest conversation with me or say, hey, do you got 5 minutes tomorrow? I have a question for you. Absolutely. That's what we're here. We're servant leaders. That's what we're here for. And, you know, early on in my career, you know, I looked at the finalist list and I looked at, geez, I did have a lot of jobs in my lifetime. And, you know, part of it was because early on when I was a teacher and a coach, I was looking for that perfect coaching job. And a couple of the places I went to, there were supposed to be retirements and the people never retired until 7 years later. So I saw the writing on the wall. And, you know, for me, I have 8 to 10 years left. And someone said, what do you want your legacy to be? My legacy would be that in the next 8 to 10 years, I'm the superintendent of Rockford area schools. And I took it from good to great to amazing, that people are knocking on the doors wanting to be at, and that we're all in it together. And, you know, we're doing what's best every single day for our students in our school community.
Thank you. You know, as you've had an opportunity to have some of those conversations with our stakeholders and research the community, what do you see coming through? Like reflecting on the time with our stakeholders, what do you see as their greatest strengths and the greatest opportunities, and you name it? Like, what did you see in that, and how do you see Rockford then as a result of that?
Yeah, you know, when I left on Wednesday, I thought to myself, wow, you know, that's an amazing group. You know, you can do surveys and people send things out about what is the strength of your district. And I would bet 99 out of 100 it's going to be your staff as a strength of your district. And students will be second or somewhere in that order. But I really felt that way. I really felt that they were very passionate about their education. And more than anything else, they just don't want someone to come in and be the superintendent. They want someone to come in that's going to work with them, that's going to make the district better. And you know what? There might be challenges back and forth, because that's where growth occurs. And I think that's what I took a lot out of it, is they don't necessarily want status quo. It's too easy to be status quo. And even if we fail forward, but without taking that chance, how would we know if we did something that was going to be amazing if we didn't take that chance and not have to worry about, well, someone's going to be mad at us because we took that chance? And that's one thing that I tell my teachers all the time, and even my students, and even my own children. If you take a chance and you fail, there's nothing wrong with it. It could be amazing. But if you don't take the chance and you never know, and fear is holding you back, then you're not living what you should be doing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. I guess at this time, I just trying to look at, I didn't really have anything else to add for this evening. I'm excited about the opportunity. You know, I would welcome the opportunity to be part of my family, myself, welcome the opportunity to be part of the Rockford community. And we're looking at this position as the long haul, if given that chance.
Thank you. Any other follow-up from the board members? Otherwise, I don't see any. I will express gratitude to you again. Once again, I start with gratitude and I end with gratitude. Thank you so much for your time with us this evening. I really appreciate it. I think it was an engaging conversation, and just really appreciate you giving us a little bit more of yourself and your vision and a little bit more of who you are and what you would bring to our community and to this district. So with that, I express gratitude for that. So thank you. And I will turn it over to Dave or Ken.
Ted, thank you. This is Dave. Do you have any final comments you want to make? Sounds like maybe you made them.
Sure. I just like to thank you again for giving me the opportunity. I know there are a lot of quality candidates, and to have the opportunity to get this far, I feel very fortunate, and I'm very lucky that I had the opportunity to visit about Rockford area schools, not only the school board, but the stakeholders. And I appreciate your time because, again, being a student isn't always a position that people thank people. I appreciate that.
Hey, Ted, we will be calling you later tonight. Let you know what the status is of the search.
Okay.
We'll call you on our cell phone. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Have a great rest of the evening. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Amy will explain the process to you, but we're looking forward to an hour, and welcome again.
All right. Thank you, Ken.
Wonderful. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. I'll start by expressing our gratitude for just sharing time with us last week, as well as time with our community stakeholders just the other day, as well as the time this evening. I know the board is looking forward to an opportunity to get to know you a little bit better and ask some additional questions.
Absolutely.
Just from a practical perspective, so you know how the format will go, each board member will have an opportunity to ask you a couple of questions this evening.
Okay.
And we'll go in order, just to keep sense of it. And they might have a follow-up question or so based on the question that they ask you.
Certainly.
Yeah. And so the other thing is that at the very end, we'll make sure that we have some time just to even have a nice little conversation, right, around what you've seen and what some of your additional thoughts might be as you consider Rockford and our district. So that's what we look forward to this evening with you.
Thank you.
I will start with I'll start with Eric Gordy.
I think he's offered.
Yeah, I got first again. All right. Hi, Ron. Thank you for joining us again. I appreciate you taking time again to talk with us, and as well as you sharing your 100-day plan with us about your tasks and thoughts about what you would do. Mm-hmm. So to flip that, though, absolutely, as you come into our district, what are your needs and what would your expectations be to greet you and to help you effectively be instilled as the leader of our district from our staff, our students, and our families?
Great question to start off with. Thanks, Eric. So I think that I believe in entering into Rockford and learning Rockford from the inside out versus the outside in, and really getting to know, and I reference that in the 100-day plan, is sitting down and authentically engaging with all staff. And that would be inclusive of the teachers, the paraprofessionals, the engineers, the community, reaching out to the city councils, reaching out to city commerce, and really meeting with the business leaders and sitting down and having that cup of coffee. I reference with the community that the superintendent that they see at board meetings will be the same person that they should see out in the community. And that is where I would want to show up. And that transition into Rockford will essentially be learning, understanding, and respecting the legacy, the traditions, and asking questions to build that out. And I know that I use the words from good to great. And I believe those words from good to great, and you'll hear that threaded through. It's not in judgment. It is entering in where we are and to build a stronger tomorrow. So it's really having others see me for who I am, as a transparent, as an authentic leader, and then stepping into listening authentically and building those relationships. And relationships are foundational for success. With the board, there was a communication plan that I attached in the end, and essentially that would be to getting to know each board member, to really, as a collective and as a unified group, developing and having a retreat to understand each other's values, maybe different than virtual, hopefully in person, to really engage and to sit down and share who we truly are beyond this interaction and I guess it would be a formal interview setting. So Eric, in summary, it is just entering in and getting to know Rockford from the inside out versus the outside in. And I'm a true believer in deepening those roots and being out in the community, walking around in the grocery store, asking questions. I need to ask questions to understand the why. And the why is, we know it's our children, but it's beyond that. How do we then build on a better tomorrow? And that's where those ongoing conversations will need to take place.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next, I will invite Kevin Campbell to ask his next question.
Perfect. I'm going to actually keep with the question I asked the other person as well, because it goes into a good feed here when you're coming in. Ron, what steps would you take to ensure that you have the trust, respect, and buy-in of your district staff and directors and building admin? And how would you foster a thriving work environment?
Entering in, and this is directly related, and to build on Eric's and thread that through, a true piece, as we know that we integrate the staff and the community back into school through this pandemic that we're experiencing, the social emotional well-being of all staff and the community. I need to come in to lead with empathy, and that empathy needs to be prevalent in all the engagements that I have with the staff and the community. It is stepping into respect as the community and the staff and the students are reintegrating back into learning, whether that be in September or whether that's over the summer, whatever that may look like, stepping in to then enter into a space where the staff and the community is, and then to authentically listen and talk and hear what the staff is actually saying, their experiences, how I can support what they experience, and then how can we then build upon that to truly build a collective efficacy on our beliefs as we move forward. And that is, and I'll continue to say, that is built on trust and relationships. So they'll need to know that these are my values and my why, and the why is students, and it's giving students the very best educational experience. And from that, how do we collectively, we work to build that out across the system. And that is something that you will see that I will be in buildings. I'll be with the building leaders. We'll walk the buildings to talk about what they're proud of and what are their growing opportunities. And they'll be in the classrooms. My role is to, as a servant to the school and the community, is to be present, enter into a space with empathy at the beginning as an authentic leader, and to collectively move the school system and the community forward as one. And to ultimately, at the end of the day, make Rockford area schools the schools of choice. I mentioned that a couple times with the group, with the community engagement group. Rockford area schools will be that world-class experience in which all families and students want to build and relocate and stay in Rockford area schools.
All right, Kevin.
I'll unmute myself to say thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you. Next, I will invite Beth Praska to ask her next question.
All right, hello, Ron.
Hi, Beth.
So thank you for being with us again. So much research shows the importance of parent engagement in the process of academic gains of students. What are your plans or thoughts, or how do you increase parent engagement in a district?
Great, and I appreciate that. It is about that that collaborative and involving the parents. Currently, we are entering into a great task of talking about Q4 grading here in the work with the principals that I met with today. And we were saying, how do we then look to support our students in Q4? And a key element to that is reaching out to the parents to obtain their perspective, and really having the parents instrumental in the school and the students' plan. We call them individual learning plans for each student. So really engaging with the parents as a partner to build out the educational plan in collaboration with the teacher. The teacher reaches out, builds that partnership with the parent. The parent sees themselves in the school, in the plan for the student achievement. I think the parents are truly understanding the complexities of what teachers go through on a daily basis today. And I think that reintegrating the parents into the learning will be an incredible opportunity to bridge what the parents are currently experiencing into the educational plans and build a stronger collaboration with their parents in the fall. Parent-teacher conferences are built around how do we work to ensure the educational opportunity for your child, what are the needs, what are the assets, and how do we build on that to provide the student the very best learning opportunity. So it is a partnership. It's being inclusive. And as I listen to the voices of the parents, it's important for me to know that parents had different experiences in school, some positive, some negative. I need to respect those experiences and not necessarily expect the same from all parents. So how a parent enters into the experience of the child is important to understand and validate their perspective, and to really model my love of learning, my love of education, and having that transpose into the parents to have that whole love for their child's education. So it is a true partnership, and they are essential. As a grandparent, or with my grandchild entering in a couple of years, that's a whole nother layer that I haven't experienced lately, but it gives me a whole new lens. So it will be important to have the parents' partnership as we reintegrate students back into learning late this spring, or early summer, or early fall.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I will invite Brady Anderson to ask a question.
Hey, Ron, welcome back. It's great to see you again. Let's see. The question I want to hit on here. It is a truism that you can't manage what you can't measure. How does this apply to a superintendent's job function? That's kind of part A. Part B being, what do you believe are the most important metrics that a superintendent pays attention to? Get one, many, however you want to approach it. So part one is how does metrics apply to the superintendent's job function? Part two, what are the most important from your vantage point?
So thank you, Brady. And I'm going to pause, and I'm going to tie in a piece that I did a virtual meeting with my principals today, and I led with that through this pandemic, through this crisis, there's a difference between managing through this crisis and leading through this crisis. And I believe that leading through this is essential. I'm seeing possible missteps in other districts that are focusing on management, not to say that systems and structures are not essential, but we also know that the experience of the student at home, as well as the adult, the leaders, our teachers, they all have different experiences working in different environments. So leading what you and managing what you can't manage, your metrics are essential to progress monitor. I believe in the continuous improvement cycle to really say, okay, how do you plan? You do, you assess, and then you act. So it is that continuous piece, that continuous improvement mindset. So to have metrics involved as benchmarks to really say, okay, this, for example, when you have the FAST Bridge as an interim assessment, as a benchmark, this is where the students are, this is the progress they're making. as a district, this is where we are, this is the progress we're making or may not making. How do we adjust, modify our strategies to have and leverage that to have a greater impact? So it is important to have those, as the strategic plan is being built out, to have key metrics to progress monitor the success and the implementation of the strategies. As a superintendent, my role as for student achievement, the ensuring that we're meeting and educating the whole child. Some of are soft metrics, some are qualitative and some are quantitative. But I think it's essential to have those metrics as a superintendent, and then also have my goals tied to key metrics that are tied to student achievement. But student achievement is more than the quantitative, it's also the qualitative. So measuring some of the qualitative is based on feedback that is different than maybe some of our standardized summatives or formatives, but I think it's important to bring all data points in to really truly identify what are our success criteria, how are we measuring that, and how are we adjusting to ensure we're maximizing the strategy and leveraging the key strategies that we're putting forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Ron. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next, I will ask Jessica Johnson to bring forward her next question.
Hi, Ron. Good to see you tonight.
Hi, Jessica.
So I have a question here. How do you work with rural families and communities that don't have the resources of a big city or district?
So that is something, as I walked away the other night, really reflecting on. I want to answer that with kind of a historical piece and apologize not to summarize my resume, but to really bring context to my skills and experience in relation to Rockford. And I believe that thinking through the lens of a school teacher, when doing lesson planning, lesson designing to ensure student outcomes and identifying the success criteria, that is me as a teacher working with a classroom set of students. Moving into a teacher leadership position, I had the opportunity to curriculum map, which is backward design, the mapping to ensure that our standards are outcomes, and backward map into the curriculum design. So building that out as a school principal, really being responsible for the student outcome and the staff experience in the building, working and knowing that at the end of the day, it is my sole responsibility for the 800 students in which I served. It was my responsibility for the 100 staff in which I served as well. In a large district, as an associate superintendent, I found the bureaucracy and the level of bureaucracy really were barriers to having the direct impact on student achievement. In a large urban district, what I was able to do as an associate superintendent was serve in the beginning 11 schools, now 20, to where it's an independent district. We have core priorities that we've set by the district, but my role is to work directly with the school principals and to directly work in the buildings as instructional leadership and build the capacity with the school principals. We have large teams, we have divisions here, but as a true north, for those that knowing the different levels of the leadership styles, it is really getting in, setting a vision and doing the work. So I've been able to work directly with the school leaders, working with their instructional leadership teams, which is in the building, and leading the professional development for the principals. We're just now, as a large district, finding coherence and alignment within divisions that are able to work cross-categorically to impact schools. Absent that, it was me as a district leader to impact and support the schools. So I truly believe bringing that breadth of those experiences into Rockford, really being able to collaboratively wrap my hands around the 3 amazing schools, the 3 with the community, and collectively work forward for a better learning opportunity than what maybe happened yesterday. So I use the words, reflect on yesterday, celebrate today, and anticipate tomorrow. So really getting in and working side by side on the building with the building principal, working side by side with the director of teaching and learning, working side by side with the board, and really being out in the buildings and believing in teacher development, believing in principal development, and leading that development of the building leaders so they can build that development with their teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my question. So, kind of dovetailing a little bit on Jessica's question, with your experience in a really large, huge district, there are levels of, I would imagine, support administratively, logistically, that you can rely on that is above and beyond that of a building principal or a DTL or whatever. There might be directors of multiple levels of directors of finance and multiple levels of directors of communication, and you name it, right? It's a very different structure than being in a smaller community. So knowing that, are there any gaps or areas where you would need to maybe lean in to brush up any additional expertise to support our district, knowing that the way we're set up from an administrative perspective is likely different than what you're coming from?
I appreciate that'll give me another opportunity to build upon the previous answer. And thinking through and going back to my first interview where I have community and family, growing up in rural Indiana, very small community, knowing that is where my roots are, transitioning down to southeastern Indiana to a very rural school district, teaching in a very smaller district as well. Taking those experiences, getting a job in Minneapolis Public Schools on a Friday before school began that Tuesday on the north side of Minneapolis, I believe says a lot about my adaptability to really integrate myself into a community, ask the questions, learn from, and build upon the experiences in which I have. I believe that a large district with many divisions, many directors, many chiefs, there's assets and there's also deficits of that. And that is if you are not strategically aligned as a large district with the same values, the same understanding for outputs, and an alignment of what you believe is best for all students, that actually acts counter. The cogs are not engaged, and you're actually doing a lot of time talking, a lot of time planning, and not a lot of time of implementing. And that's often the frustration in which that I'm currently in Minneapolis Public Schools. I am not running away from Minneapolis Public Schools. The work is not done. The work will never be done in Minneapolis because of the levels of disengagement from the different cogs. I believe that I have a true understanding of pedagogy and instructional leadership, fiscal management, and relational leadership based on those areas of strength, being able to build on what I've experienced here, as well as my roots in Indiana, coming into Rockford area schools, leverage those experiences to really work collaboratively for outputs without the levels of bureaucracy or the different cogs not engaging. So I look at it as an asset. I have looked as I look strategically for other opportunities, I believe in fit. And fit is a community needs a leader that is aligned to my values. I need to know that my experience and my values need to be aligned with the community. Otherwise, it's not one in which you're going to collaboratively move a district forward. When I look to assign principals to a building, it's not on random. It is about fit, and it's about succession planning, and it's about visioning. So thinking of Rockford area schools, it is one that I actively sought out because I believe in the foundational tenets of the different schools, the magnet schools, the scope of where Rockford is, knowing that community is something that is essential. Reading the bios of the different board members, it's very evident that you're deeply rooted and deeply committed to the community. That I believe is essential for board alignment to the superintendent to really collaboratively elicit student outcomes. Absent that, in the high achieving school districts, you're going to see, absent those pieces aligned, you're going to see that negatively impact student experience and staff experience. So I'm building the two questions, taking all of that, meshing it and melting it down to what I believe is a great opportunity to collaboratively link arms around the Rockford area schools to provide the very best opportunity for all.
Thank you. Next question goes to Eric Gordy.
Back around. The coming, like you said, large bureaucracy in Minneapolis, where you can get some things done, to a small district where you have a small leadership team and you have many people wearing multiple hats. My question to you is, how do you do that shared leadership model to allow individuals to help and grow the district going forward, but yet either board, administration, staff, parent, community, how do you allow them to remain in their lane to help you do your job?
Wow, Eric, another way to go. Another great question. So I think that is the situational leadership, because I think that experience and that opportunity, you need to delegate and support and build capacity in others to really get that true we model. But yet too much delegation and lack of engagement to where I use the analogy, your fingers are not in the bowl. Sometimes it's rolling up the sleeves to get the work done. As a building principal, I see it very related to that experience, because you are leading a staff. You need to delegate and trust, but ultimately you have to continue to lead. You have to continue to guide, and you have to continue to support. And it is about rolling up the sleeves to get the work done. And that is through trust and support and consistent and collaborative communication. And that communication to really say, okay, Eric, this is what I need. Here are the expectations of what I need you to do. And then let's talk about that. How can I support? Let's work with that. And that could be as through the building leader of one of the different schools, the director of teaching and learning, working with Kevin to say, okay, Kevin, let's talk through the professional development plan. How can we, what is it? Here are the strategic goals. Here's what we want. We believe the supports of our building principles. How are we going to support our building principles in understanding our vision? What are the strategies? What are the supports? And what are the expectations? And at the end of the day, what is it clearly articulated to them, the expected outcomes? What is it that they understand they're expected to do? And then what does that checks and balances look like? So it is very situational. It is being able to, and also using the analogy of stretching that rubber band, allowing the rubber band to stretch a little bit more based on the capacity of the individual to really build and invest in our teachers, invest in our support staff, to invest in our building leaders, as well as our district staff. And it is continually being open and constant communication. Lack of communication is where you start seeing the silos, you seeing duplicity of work, and that's where things start falling apart. So as a superintendent, yes, it would be wearing multiple hats, being able to shift those hats continuously, ultimately knowing to support and build capacity in the staff. And that's the human, the human development, the staff development that we do for all staff across Rockford area schools. So it's investing, setting the expectation, and continue to support.
And the relationship with the board then as well, to make sure that we are at the right level?
Of course. And I believe that goes back to really defining the roles of the board, the roles of superintendent. What are our core responsibilities as we think about policy, knowing as we present as a united front, it's extremely important to be in front and leading and being a forward facing with the community, continuously thinking, how was the board? I right communication with staff, community, building that partnership is essential. With the board, there needs to be constant, honest feedback with dignity. We need to be able to have those conversations behind closed doors to keep the compelling why, which are our students, at the center, and to really think of governance, policy, knowing how is that going to impact student opportunities and student achievement, and keeping students at the center of what we do. But it is consistent communication with the board, has to be transparent, has to be open, has to be consistent, because this is what we do to build that trust as a collaborative.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, thank you. Next, I will invite Kevin Campbell to ask his next question. Thank you.
Wonderful. Ron, this one is the question. If I'm not clear enough, just let me know. But we are a property poor district, which means we have a heavy tax burden on our homeowners, right? We're at a spot where our current space seems to meet the needs of where we are currently. We also have a community that's made up of a constituent that says, hey, we came to Rockford because we're small and we want to be small. Another side that says, hey, this is an opportunity. There's a lot of growth, right? What is your vision what is your vision for a community like Rockford, and how do you cast that and get people on board with you as you're headed towards something?
It will be important, and going back to the original question of engaging the community, I know that in further reflection and unpacking around the referendum and the operating referendum for Rockford, barely passed the technology portion, did not. That tells me something entering in from the outside looking in. And knowing that the recent decision by the board for the sale of some property, I know that that also says something as well. It is to increase revenue for Rockford. We know that there's the state, and we know that the discussion on the general fund, the general aid, there's other legislative pieces that as superintendent that I will need to engage in. But with the community, it is trust. Community will invest in something they believe in. And being able to believe is for me and the board and the community and the schools to really say, this is who we are. This is that we are a choice district. This is how we need to really ensure that we are building the very best experience for our Rockford area schools. Knowing that, there are also, there's conversations I've read in the past around, Rockford and the Greenfield in the area of families wanting to come. Families will come to and make their choice on school systems. And that is very, very important as we think about that as a community, as a business organization. A business will want to invest in where they know where there will be a community. It is all reciprocal to where we all need to ensure that we're providing the very best. I call it a strong school, strong city partnership. It is really sitting down with the business organizations, the cities of commerce, the community, and let's talk about that love of our education, the love of our schools. Here's what we're able to offer. I'm reading some of the bios. It is really that commitment to the commitment to opportunity. It is really giving that the students that in the families coming into that a small experience, the opportunity of world-class learning and really building that out. But we know that families, to build increased revenue, we need families to choose Rockford area schools. That is essential. Going to the taxpayers, there is a heavy tax burden. I looked at that. That is that the taxpayers reluctantly, I'll use my words, pass the operating referendum. It wasn't by much. That tells me something that there needs to be more collaborative and collective understanding of what we're able to offer the students of today and the students of tomorrow, as well as to speak about the legacy and the experiences that some of you of the board experienced in Rockford area schools. So hearing from Evan and Sydney the other day about from their questions, having them present, talking and really engaging youth voice, but it is about going and talking with the community to say, okay, let's listen, valuing their perspective. And this is going to be about us building the very best and investing in the very best opportunity for our children of today and our children of tomorrow. And those are the ones we are not even in Rockford yet. And that's what we need to think forward about. And it is about increasing student enrollment, to increase student revenue, to increase student investment, to provide more opportunities for our students. Technology is very evident right now that as a device gap across Rockford and access. And I think that that is something that I think that the constituents may be seeing. And I think that is to sit back and let's do the technical words after action, but let's reflect on what our students experienced during this distance learning. What were some opportunities? What were some opportunities missed? How can we build on that and really develop kind of that good to great for Rockford area schools as we build out? Because if we build for today, we're behind. We have to think of tomorrow. And that is part of that visioning to really build out for that 21st century learning opportunity for the students of Rockford area schools. So it is essentially stepping in, learning Rock from the inside, Kevin, listening authentically, building that trust, and say, let's us do this and build that experience in Rockford area schools as the schools of choice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will invite Beth Preska to ask her second question.
Okay, so a lot of your ideas are kind of universal, overreaching ideas. So I want to get a little bit more granular, thinking about what are the methods that you would use to keep yourself, the district leaders, and this board current with important matters, because education seems to be ever evolving. So what methods would you use to keep all the necessary stakeholders up to date with either internal matters or external as they come down from the
So I'll start with a celebration. So I'm a big believer in telling our story, and I believe it's important for us to tell the story, not others to tell the story. And that is the positive things and build on the positive that is happening. Also ensuring that going down and I'll backward map from a third grade classroom to ensure that what is happening in the classroom is tethered up to our school and through the school improvement plans up through the strategic goals. So that all needs to be tied together. And for me as a superintendent is, I know a piece that to keep board informed in my current role is I present to the board about the the school improvement plan progress in relation to the metrics of our core values and core priorities, and to be able to present to the board from a pragmatic lens, here's what's happening at the school level, and connect it to and really work to that data disaggregation. So let's talk about attendance. What strategies are we doing through attendance? That's at the board level. At the and I believe that's the same as in the community, the state of the schools. Here is the state of the schools. Here's how we know we're making progress. Here are our strategic plan. Here are our strategies. Here are our key metrics. And then here are the ways we're going to progress monitor the work. That goes back down into the school improvement plans tied to that, in which that's a continuous improvement cycle. We use implementation science to really think about what are the strategies that I need to change as a teacher to really impact the students in tier one in the classroom? How do we strengthen the tier? And then what supports do we need beyond that if a student, based on the information we have, is not making the progress necessary? What scaffolds? How do we differentiate beyond that? What does that core tier two look like? What are those additional strategies? And then how do we know? So it is really getting into the weeds, but bringing that out and being in that's open and consistent communication with the board, learning and being a lead learner as we, as a superintendent, to say if one of our strategies is a literacy strategy or a literacy goal, we want to improve our literacy of our elementary from 75% to 80. If that is a metric we want to measure, then what strategies are we going to use to ensure that the students, and how do we know? If as we progress, if the students are making the necessary progress, what are we doing differently? You as a board should ask me as a question, and then I'm working with the school leaders to implement those strategic, that strategic vision. So it is being open with the communication, consistent communication, and really being transparent in the learning that is taking place down in that third grade classroom, all the way up is working collaboratively with the board as we progress monitor the success of our students. Going back to the question about that qualitative and quantitative data.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I will ask Brady Anderson to have his next question.
Great. Thanks, Amy. Nobody is perfect. We all fail. Tell me about a failure or two that you've experienced in a leadership role and how you've applied to what you've learned from that failure in moving forward.
I like to model failing forward. And I think that it's important to, going back to the statement that I led the building with, it is to reflect on yesterday, celebrate today, and anticipate tomorrow. So each day, many questions that you often hear is, what's some feedback you received and how did you react to it? What did you do to change? Feedback is ongoing for me, and I need to model that failure and mistakes are not necessarily something to sit and identify, or to sit and stop your progress forward. It's to reflect on and build upon that. And that's part of the fail forward I work with the principals on. A mistake or a failure, if you will, is very similar to one in which I'm trying to model now differently. Last year, I had a beloved principal die in the middle of the school year during one of the snow days. He was a very engaging, present principal. I went in directly after that with the technical and with the managerial lens and really tried to fix it. I put in a retired principal, and I really went in to fix the systems and support the systems. What I did not do is think through an empathy lens, think through the adaptive, the social emotional lens, to really, there was a sitting assistant principal who was a former teacher in the building. I should have elevated him to really heal, do some healing with the community, heal with the students and the staff, and to really get the building to move forward. I tried to provide a technical fix for an adaptive situation. Thinking through the current situation, I managed that situation instead of leading through that situation. I learned from that, and I was very open about that. I talked with the community. I talked with the site council. I said, here's where we're at. This is what we learned from this. The actual assistant principal is now principal of that building. I learned from, I need to pause and really go in with an empathy lens to understand the context in which I'm stepping into, the full perspective, to really take the human element, the social emotional lens, even though that managerial is absolutely important on the backside, but that's something I should not have led with. I should have had that on the backside instead of leading with that.
Great. Thank you so much, Ron. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, I'll ask Jessica Johnson to ask her second question.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Jessica.
So my question is, when tasks and decisions are delegated to a shared leadership team, how do you handle solutions that you may not necessarily agree with?
It's important, goes back to the question of that checks and balances and really building that trust. And I'm building on Brady's question of failure. I need to allow autonomy for us to, if a collective believes that this is the right solution, aligned to our values, aligned to the best interest of students, I need to ask questions for understanding. I need to facilitate the meeting or the engagement with the group to really ask the deeper questions to to ensure that we've looked at the multiple perspectives, to really do a strength analysis to what opportunities were missed, and then to say, okay, then how are we going to monitor? It is important for trust to be built that is not it's more of a democracy lens versus that business hierarchical that it's my way or no other way. And that's where trust is eroded. I have to also know that at the end of the day, as superintendent, I'm responsible to the board. I'm responsible for the student outcomes, the student experience, the staff experience, responsible to the community and to the board. So with that, I need to be able to ask the deeper questions to really ensure that I facilitated and pushed a group to think of all the different perspectives, respect the perspectives, and then walk alongside. There are times as a leader you walk in front, there are times you walk alongside, and there are times you walk behind. But each time that you walk with the group, you are with them. You're not separate. And that's how you, in a smaller district, that is how you're going to get the collective efficacy. That's how you're going to get trust. And that's how you're going to get high performance for all and experience for all students, because it is about the we. And we need to be able to trust one another and know that, yes, our decision or what we believed we thought was in best interest may not have been what we thought it was. Now, how do we modify and adjust to make better and learn from what we just experienced?
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. I'm going to piggyback a little bit. I've got two questions. One is about a little bit of a dovetail on board and superintendent relations, but I do want to just ask a quick kind of a extra question dovetailing on Jessica's. If you've talked a ton, and I really appreciate the strategic vision that you have and kind of where you would use metrics to guide us and help us get there, and, you know, have really solid reporting and, you know, all of those things that I think are really, really important. Situationally, let's say that that I might be a member in the district and or an employee, and I've done it this way forever, and I don't want to walk beside you, or I might not want to be a part of the change, or how do you, and there's varied spectrums. Some want to be a part and some might not. And I think, you know, maybe we've all experienced that in different ways in our own lives. What's your approach to that when we're thinking forward thinking and helping people get to the point or having a resolution?
You know, that is something that is important to really reflect on, knowing that a perspective of a teacher, a perspective of a community member, I need to value that perspective. There are legacy programs. There are legacy instructional strategies. There are different ways in which teachers and educators approach things differently. I need to be able to respect that, and I need to understand their perspective and ask questions. Knowing that there are different ways of meeting the needs of our students is important. To give you an example, I had a teacher at a school that, at the school I was a principal, as a first grade teacher, she was very, her phonics and her foundational skills were extremely strong. In fact, that's what she did. And we know that those foundational skills are essential. But as we rolled out our balanced literacy in a workshop model, she was very reluctant to really think about the differentiated groups, the flex grouping, to really meet the individualized. She stayed with the foundational skills, phonics based. This is where she was. I would go in, I would ask the questions, I would look at the student's progress, look at the student's experience, the relationship she was having, knowing that she did not fit in a box that we may have said, as a district, we will do this. I needed to respect her pedagogical strategies, that she was having a positive impact, ask questions, support her, and continue to have her stretch her thinking. I'm not going to go in and say, you must change. I have a teacher, bless her heart, in one of the schools that's 73 years old. She is not necessarily having using the same instructional strategies as some of our other teachers. but she has the best interests of her students at the core. She is really providing that social emotional well-being of her students, and she is meeting the academic needs of her students based on as her students enter into her classroom. Now's not the time to say you must use this literary strategy in your class. How do I support you in integrating, and what does that look like? Let's talk through it. What would that look like if you took what you're doing now, if you're doing this phonics lesson? How do you bring this strategy in? Bring in this Kagan strategy, this engagement strategy to really think differently. That the students that, did you notice that Amin sitting back there may not have been engaged? Tell me more about that. Well, he was. Okay, so what can we do? Let's talk through it. So it is really about that cognitive coaching and working with and asking the questions. My way is not the way. In teaching mathematics, it was, there were multiple ways to come to an answer. It's not the way, it is a way. So it's different ways to obtain to get to the outcomes. Knowing that coming in as superintendent, there will be times in which if these are our intended outcomes, we may take different vehicles to get there, and understanding that innovation, respecting that way a teacher goes about that, a building leader goes about that, as long as it's aligned to our core values, as long as it is positively impacting the experience of our students, as well as it's something that we believe that it's aligned to our values as a board, as a school system. This is something that will continue, and you continue to push their thinking. This distance learning is truly stretching the thinking of many of our educators today of the integration of technology. We will be a stronger, I believe, nation in education from this experience. But that's one of those we don't know yet. I believe in that growth mindset and use the word yet. Why haven't we thought about yet? But it's that, that question is one that through situational leadership, I need to step in with respecting and asking questions for understanding, and through the cognitive coaching and the facilitation of conversations to really have staff enter in where they are and to support their growth. And I would model that as a lead learner. It is about, I continue to grow each and every day. I learn in each every day, vulnerable enough to admit it. And this is what I would model. And this is what I would then work with the building leaders as well as the teachers to support. And I think that I kind of, well, sorry, I bird walked a little bit, but yes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it generally does. I think, do you,
yeah, please.
Walking beside and doing the cognitive coaching and all of those sort of things, there might be times when that doesn't work. Can you tell me about your approach to, because that sounds like that's the way you lead, right? Is to do the walk beside and the cognitive coaching. Maybe that's worked 100% of times in your career. But if not, help us understand what your alternative path might look like if your preferred path doesn't work.
And thank you. I knew there was a key component that I was missing, and it is, and I do believe there's times to walk in front, times to walk alongside, and time to walk behind as a leader. And as a building leader, there was a time that I did a year of my formal observations through a mathematics lesson planning, and knowing that we were teaching all children versus each child. Really took a year to understand and really capture that information to guide the next steps. We pushed in the building to do a guided math model in which there were independent stations, there was the guided station, and to really think differently. And then we moved to departmentalizing the 3 through 5. So as a teacher, I became deeper. My depth of knowledge around the standards was something that I taught mathematics. And I taught mathematics for all third graders, that departmentalization and really giving them the support. The staff was not alongside me on that. They were not following me on that. I said, here's what I observed. Here's where our historical math scores and the continued. So here's the quantitative. Here's the qualitative, the lack of engagement. I walked in and I said, so in a lesson, and I was able to do in the feedback, say, okay, how many students did you reach? Tell me about the 3 students that you did not meet in front of you. What are we going to do to? So really in that qualitative piece as well, and to say this is the why. But then also knowing that as a leadership team, I said, here's what we need to do and here's the why. It is about student achievement. It's about all students making achievement in mathematics. This is one of our school goals. How are we collectively going to get there? How can I support? What are the resources you need? And what are the supports you need? So they did not fully agree. I was able to step then away, and then the teachers and my director of instruction, very similar to Rockford, was able to step in and facilitate that conversation. I needed to step out, but it's also respecting and giving the why, and it's keeping the best interest of the students at the core. And it's not always going to be something that they fully believe, but if we have the qualitative and quantitative data to show that what we're doing is not having the impact on student experience, staff experience, and student achievement, I believe we need to think about things differently.
Thank you. Next, this is kind of our open-ended session. I'm actually going to turn over to Kevin to tee it up like you did the last time, if you don't mind, and then kind of open up the convo.
Perfect. So appreciate your time, and now you have spent a amount of time with Rockford, the community and the board. And I'm curious what you're discovering, and what questions that are kind of popping up on your end as you experience us as a larger group, or experience the Rockford community in a larger group.
And I believe it was, and thank you. That's important. Is as I heard and listened to these and reflect on the questions, I did hear a lot about, as someone coming from a perceived large district, 36,000 students to 1,700, what are the challenges and opportunities? And I truly believe the foundation in which Rockford sits is strong with community, the values of family, and the value of a lifelong learners, to really build upon that and really lead and get to know Rockford from within. One component that I asked in the community group was about the technology integration as a next opportunity. We're seeing a technology, a device gap. We're seeing that access to internet, we're seeing access to resources really impacting through an equity lens, equity meaning some of the smaller districts, as well as for device access for some of the larger districts. I believe it will be important to have a technology integration plan directly tied to the arts integration elementary, to really think what are those media arts and strengthening that, which would build into the STEM environmental. I referenced that also, that media integration, technology integration to the experiential learning. I'm really hearing that that is something, or a kind of void at this point. I looked at the distance learning plan, and I know that that's something as I continue to read around Rockford, I see that it's been somewhat challenging for Rockford as well as many other districts. I believe that is the role of the state. Working with our state lobbyists today, we're working with the state to really think differently about technology and Wi-Fi access, and really pushing now to think about Wi-Fi access as an essential component for all students across Minnesota, and working with different companies within. And I think that that would be an opportunity within Rockford to really ensure that there's access to device into that strong technology plan. So with that, I know that a question I had was the technology referendum narrowly did not pass. And so what were some of the barriers? I guess that would be my question from that not passing. So that was kind of what, as I capture and moving into kind of where Rockford sits today.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. I can take a stab at it. Again, there are probably multiple barriers to it passing. It was close, obviously. I think Rockford, we passed a pretty large bond in, I think it was 2012, if my memory serves me right, something around there. Yeah, okay, Jessica knows, is our historian, she's nodding. And that was huge. That was significant for our community. And then I think there's the complexity of a bond versus a levy, right? So what does that mean? What does that do? It's still my tax dollars. It's still, all of those sort of things. And so I think we had that, and that didn't pass for a couple of years, and we went through our budget cuts. That's where you saw the sale of the land 3 years ago now, actually. And then, tried to pass a technology levy. And I think, with that many different asks in a small community, it's trying to make sense of how do I do the things. It's not that I don't believe in it necessarily. It's not that I don't believe in our schools, but how do I make my own personal choice as a taxpayer, community member, to determine what I can afford on a day-to-day basis as well. And then I think there's also a period of needing to build trust in, how we are, spending our money, all of that, because remember, we just had that huge bond, right? And we built a whole bunch of facilities. And so it's the what connected to the why. And I think part of the technology is, also the perception that kids don't need it. I didn't need it. I didn't grow up with it. And so it's how to engage, in that as well. I mean, I think it's multifactorial, right? It's the pure economics of it to the belief in the core value that technology plays in education, right? And taking the history and honoring the history of how most of us grew up, and we're doing all right. And so how do you translate that into what our kids truly need when I might be making a decision from a paycheck perspective? So that's my summary. I don't know if anybody else wants to add, but that's kind of my 2 cents on it. Yeah.
Get the thumbs up.
I agree, Amy. I think the other point that I think is important is just trust through communication, building trust through communication with our community, right? I think, there's probably, if you look back on the history of failed referendums, I can't directly attribute lack of trust due to lack of communication, but I think just the underlying emphasis of building trust through enhanced and more communication as the modes of communication that people receive has changed over time. I think adapting to, embracing, and doing more of, I think is an important thing, and could potentially be one of the reasons why we had trouble passing that technology levy. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I know we're right at time. Did you have any other reflections or any other, kind of closing statements that you wish to share with us this evening?
I just, in reflection, and I said it earlier, and I went, and this is an extremely important decision as a board, and I appreciate this engagement, and it's been highly rewarding for me to sit and listen to talk with the community and with you all twice now, and I greatly appreciate it. I believe in that, the skills and the experience I have will actually support and work collaboratively with the community to really build for a better tomorrow and make Rockford area schools schools of choice, school district of choice. I believe that I, as an authentic leader and a transparent with high integrity, that's where that trust with the community. The superintendent that you see at a board meeting is a superintendent you will see in the coffee shop, out water skiing or wakeboarding on a local lake. That is what they want to see, a real person, superintendent leading their district, to build that trust, that it's not hierarchical, that you just show up. And I think that is going to be essential for Rockford area schools to really move to that next level. I do firmly believe that my integrity and what I've been able to show here in Minneapolis Public Schools, my hope is that if you ever Google me, you call any staff member, any building leader in Minneapolis Public Schools, it would be a consistent theme. And it would be that I'm student-centered, I believe in support, and I show up in an authentic way. And it is something I believe, and I am a teacher at heart. The hardest thing in the world was stepping away from my students, but I'll never step away from students. I'll always keep the students at the core. And then that is my compelling why. I get up each and every day for the 36,000, the same way I get up each and every day for the 1,700. Each child is important, and each child is beyond a data point. Each child is a scholar in the district, and that is something that is at the core of my beliefs. So I greatly appreciate this experience. I wish you all the best in your decisions. I think you have amazing foundation in Rockford and great and amazing things going on in your schools, and I wish you all the best.
Well, thank you so much. And, you know, just I start and I end with gratitude. So would just like to extend our gratitude to you for the opportunity to get to know you a little bit better this evening with the questions and the conversation that we had the opportunity to share, and express gratitude to you also for getting to know our community just a little bit better as well, because that is a really important part, obviously, of Rockford is our community, and making sure that that they're part of this decision process and provide us their insights as well. So with that, I just would like to say thank you so much for your time and for, you know, spending the time with us. And I'm going to turn it back over to Ken, I think, who's going to tell you about next steps. Ken or Dave?
Yep, thanks, Amy. Ron, we will be contacting you later tonight.
Okay.
And let you know what the the board will have deliberation in an hour or so. So
Okay.
I will call you on your cell phone. And again, thanks. It's been great listening to you tonight and hearing your information. So have a good evening, and we'll talk later.
Thank you for the opportunity. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Ask your questions, and Amy will go through the process for you a little bit so before we begin. So welcome, and we'll look forward to your interview. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. Just wanted to welcome you on behalf of the board tonight. Thank you for your gift of time as we continue to learn more about you as you in your pursuit of the superintendent role in Rockford area schools. Just a little bit about the practical way in which we're doing this evening. Each board member will have an opportunity to ask you likely 2 questions, and we'll go round robin style, and I will call upon everybody. It might be 1 question, it might be a question and a follow-up. And then at the end, we'll have more of an open dialogue around, you know, kind of what you see as opportunities in Rockford area schools, even based on some of the additional stakeholder conversations that you were able to participate in the last day or so as well. So that's how we'll frame it up, and then we'll go from there. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Eric Gordy to start off with our first question.
3 for 3, love it. Dave joined in virtually. Okay, so thank you, Rhonda. Eric Gordy from the board. I guess your situation is unique in terms of coming into this position. As a principal, as an interim, temporary, and then an interim. But if you were the person coming in from outside, what would be your plan to basically, if you could hit reset, what is your plan coming into this district, and how do you see yourself establishing yourself into the leadership role of the superintendent?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Director Gordy. If I were coming into this position, well, first of all, I had never applied for a superintendent position. I know a lot of superintendents, of course, because I've been, in this business for 25 years, and it really is a small network. And so I'm actually coming into this interview at a disadvantage because I don't have that experience of having interviewed for superintendent before. I know folks say, it seems like every 3 years they're out there on the circuit again. So I really had no expectation or really no history on what this process would look like. But to answer your question, I think coming into this district or going into any district, I think my first step would be to really just listen and learn. Listen to what folks are chattering about. And when I say folks, it's your teachers, it's the support staff. What are the kids saying? What are the parents saying when you're sitting next to them at the game or on the bench? What is the community saying? Just really listening to what the school community is saying about the school. And then learning from those in the organization and becoming familiar with those folks with positional power and those folks with influential power, because those aren't always the same people. But really listening and trying to understand the tone and what folks are seeing as the strengths of the district and what they are talking about as being some areas that need to be improved. And then if I wanted to go on further, it would be to say that, within those first 30, 60 days, I would do some of the things that I'm doing currently. And that is putting out that communication that I do once a week to all staff members, getting out into the buildings, and again, getting to know folks. I think I talked about this last week about one of the ways that I build relationships. It's one thing to say you have an open door policy, and yes, my door is always open, but when you're at this level in terms of a position, people are hesitant about going into the superintendent's office, the principal's office, the CEO's office, the president's office. So it's really meeting people on their turf, going into their space, but really starting to build those connections and build those relationships and really start to understand the culture of the district.
Thank you very much. Kathy, if you have a chance, would you please mute the person that entered in by telephone? Thank you. Sorry, Amy.
No, I was just going to ask the same thing before turning it over. So thank you for that. Next, I'd like to invite Kevin Campbell to ask his next question.
Perfect. I would love to. Rhonda, making the transition from good to see you, by the way, making transition from high school principal or principal position into the superintendent position, what steps would you take to ensure that you have the trust, respect, and buy-in of your district staff, and directors, and your building admin? And how would you foster a thriving work environment?
Well, again, it's really establishing that team. And one of the things that one of my realities right now is I'm in this position during this worldwide crisis, this pandemic. And so I'm really having to lean on folks without having had established that real strong foundational trust that you have to have in a team. But I do have experience in this area. When I started my career, I was a classroom teacher. And when I moved into administration, I did it in the same building. And same type of questions were asked, how are you going to manage that? Now you're administration and you used to be a teacher. But when you work with individuals and they know that you're about the kids or about lifting up the vision or the goals of the school, or in this instance, the organization, when you speak authentically and genuinely about what you're trying to do and the why, I have found that people have embraced that. The one thing that I will notice is when I did move from the classroom into administration, I tell you, it changed the dynamics of the staff lounge just like that. And it still does. But again, it goes back to building that trust and rapport in this case, between the principals, that they can rely on me, depend on me, be confidential. And I think that I feel the same way with working with the district staff. Coming into this position, again, not really knowing each other's style, but I think over the past several months and in the future, we will begin to really gel that relationship and understand each other's strengths and just kind of how we work. Thank you, Director Campbell.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, I'll invite Beth Preska for her question.
There, got myself unmuted. All right, well, thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate your time. So what is your philosophy on delegating authority, and how do you maintain accountability?
Sure. Well, the job is similar to an assistant principal, a principal, and now a superintendent. The jobs can be so big, and I have a tendency to take things on. It's just part of my personality. If I see that I can do something, I'm going to do it. Or if I see something that we can improve, I take that avenue. If I have the ability to improve something, I'm going to do that. But delegating is really your survival mechanism. I mean, even the vision that I have for Rockford area schools, I can't do it alone. So it is delegating to other people in the organization. And it goes back to that, being able to share that vision in terms of the why. But delegating is necessary, but it's supporting your people when you do delegate. And it's acknowledging that I'm delegating something. It may not even be your strong suit, but I'm going to be here and we're going to do this together. It's really allowing that person to know that I'm with them, I stand behind them, even if the task is not complete up to either of our standards, it's okay. But again, it's building your personnel and lifting them up and building them up. And you do that by delegating and then supporting their efforts and acknowledging their efforts and celebrating those successes. And if we fall short, I take that personally, because that means I didn't support or coach or mentor as much as I should have. So but delegating it's you have to do it because the job is just too big. You can't do it all, and you don't want to do it all. It's a team. So and it's building off of people's strengths. And as much as I'd like to think I'm good at everything, I know I'm not. And I'm learning that very quickly with this distance learning. I mean, I just learned how to put on the extension to see all of you at once, just like today. Told you I'm on the curve.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you. Next, I will invite Brady Anderson for his first question.
Hey, Rhonda. So my question first starts with a statement. Nobody is perfect. We all fail. The question being, tell me about a failure you've experienced in a leadership role and how you've applied what you've learned from that failure moving forward.
Brady, I don't know if I can't think of one. No. It's not about ever failing. It's always trying to improve yourself. It's not about the failure. It's, oh, that didn't maybe work out as well as I thought it could. How can we do that better next time? So I don't ever look at anything that we do as failing, because if we fail, that means we fail our kids, and that's not going to happen. We will always look to improve our practices, to improve the educational experience for our kids. So in this position and working with kids and families and teachers, failure, we can't afford failure. We can afford maybe falling short, but then it's always how can we improve ourselves so the next time we get better at it.
Okay. Well, let me build on that a little bit then.
Sure.
Perhaps failure is the wrong language to use here in this case then. It's tell me then about a situation that you learned from that would help you to improve going forward. So I'm basically I'm looking for, you know, a specific example of a situation where things didn't go as planned. You learned something from it. You applied it going forward.
I should have anticipated this question. The hardest decisions that I make have to do with personnel, because our organization is personnel. I mean, 90% of our budget or more is personnel. So it's having those difficult conversations often with staff. And there have been times over the past 20 plus years where I have thought, you know, I wish I would have approached that differently, or I wish I would have addressed it sooner. And to be a little bit more blunt, I've always thought, well, I wish I would have maybe documented a little bit better. And I have gotten better at that over the years because of some experiences that I've had in the past where I thought, golly, I should have done that in the very beginning as it relates to personnel and dealing with maybe personnel that are not working for our kids the way that we expect them to. So, and again, those are the hardest decisions that we make. And I take it personally, because I think that is going back to your first version of the question. I take it as a failure, that I'm not mentoring or I'm not coaching or somehow I'm not providing them the support that they need to be the best them. So it really is personnel issues that are the most challenging.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You guys keep rearranging on my screen here. You were over there, Brady. Now you're up there.
Thanks, Rhonda. Next, I'm going to invite Jessica Johnson to ask her first question of the evening.
Hi, Rhonda. Good evening.
Good evening.
If you are hired for this position, how do you feel your organizational and communication skills will evolve to support your new role of being responsible to the responsible as the district leadership compared to the skills as a building leader? So how will those skills evolve and change from being a building leader to a district leader, referring to organizational and communication skills?
Sure. Well, they're almost similar skills, and they are. I have found just over the years that most superintendents end up coming out of a central office. That's kind of the progression. And when you're coming out of a central office position, you're coming out of a silo. And I have found, just working with other superintendents and being, you know, just being in this business, I have found that is actually a limitation of superintendents, because they are coming out of a specific silo, whether that's the teaching and learning silo, whether that's the business office silo, whether that's the I said teaching and learning, business, but just coming out of one of the silos at the central office level. I've always felt that the principalship is the position that actually mirrors the superintendency more than any other position, because at the principal level, you're actually interfacing with all the silos at the district office. And at the superintendent level, you're managing the silos at the district office. So my communication skill or my interactions would be similar. It's just that the sphere of influence is larger. I did weekly updates as a principal I do weekly updates as a superintendent. I kept my parents involved with the goings on at the building level. I hope to keep the board involved in what's going on at the district level. So I see some of those operational and communication skills similar to the principalship. And again, I see that the principalship is really, and I shouldn't say this when with Dave and Ken on here, it might get them out of business. But really, the principalship really is, again, is the position that really is similar to a superintendent position, because again, you're interfacing with all the silos versus coming out of a specific silo, really not knowing how your life in this silo impacts and influences the other silos of the organization. And as a principal, that's always been a frustration, because you get a direction from one silo, but you're getting directions from other silos. And so as a principal, you're having to put those together. Superintendency, you're understanding how those silos interface with one another, and you're able to better direct that work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next is my question, and I'm going to just kind of pull a little bit on what Jessica started. And, you know, you had mentioned, you know, coming out of principalship, you have interfaces with multiple different arms of the district or multiple different divisions, you know, throughout your whole career. Knowing that you may or may not be an expert in all of the work of the district at the detail level, help us understand your leadership brand and how you engage a team and how you would leverage or know enough to lead those departments, if you will.
Sure. Again, I know enough about the organization as, again, being a principal, I know about the different silos, if you will, of the organization, finance, human resources, food service, transportation, HR, because I've had to interface with it. And I know enough to ask. It's always about the questions you ask. And I have enough wherewithal to know the organization well enough to ask the right questions at the district office level to kind of understand a little bit better about how the decisions at the district office level are interconnected. Absolutely. But again, it's a similar landscape, because you're still dealing with, I mean, the central office is designed to support the buildings. And sometimes we forget that in education. But I mean, that is our whole existence. The district office is designed to support what's happening in the buildings. And so it's being able to ask the right questions of central office to gain a better understanding of why we do things the way we do and the impact that it has at the building level, and really understanding the constraints at the district level. And I'm learning more and more and more about different guidelines, different regulations, and not that I didn't know them before, but again, it's always asking the right questions to understand how again, it's always about trying to improve the organization and improve the experience for our kids and improve the outcomes in terms of our test scores, in terms of how our community sees us. It's always leaning in and wanting to improve how we do business. I mean, that's our role. That was my role as a principal, and that will be my role as a superintendent. It'll be to promote Rockford area schools.
Thank you. Next up to Eric Gordy for his second question for you of the evening.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rhonda. When tasks and decisions are delegated to a shared leadership team, how do you handle situations that you may not necessarily agree with, or may have a group of stakeholder dissension with the decision that you or the committee has made. So basically, if the committee comes and makes a decision, how do you accept that if you don't necessarily agree? And if your group makes a decision, how do you deal with stakeholder groups that may be of dissent to that decision as well?
Sure. Again, it goes back to listening and learning. I would want to listen to, first of all, it's really defining what is the mission of that committee. I mean, what is it that we're trying to accomplish? What is the goal of that committee? And then listening to all the stakeholders. And I've been in situations before where the group has come to consensus that I didn't like. I can't believe we're going that route. But I support those decisions because, again, it's not that I don't lead from behind. First of all, I'm only 5'2", so I got to get up in front. So I'm not somebody who wants to lead from behind. However, I do listen to people around me because I'm not the expert in everything. I try to ask the right questions so I can understand better. But if it was a situation where the committee came up with a different answer or a different response or a different direction that I thought we were going to go in, then I would honor that. But I would want to ask those questions. Is this getting to our outcome? Is it getting us to the place where we want to be? And if the committee or the team can say, yep, but it's a different path in which I had envisioned, then I can support that. And that's happened before. And I can get behind that. I've often said, I didn't see it like that. And I'm good with that. I can sit back and say, you know what? I don't know everything because I don't. And that's why I've always tried to surround myself with competent people. I mean, that's the key. Because you can't know everything. And I wouldn't expect anyone. I'm technology. I thought I was a little tech savvy. No, I'm learning it right now. But again, I have people around me that I can reach out to on their expertise. There's some HR things going on right now because of the pandemic that we're in, with individuals not able to work, falling under the COVID Family First Act. So there's HR implications that are playing out right now in the organization. Well, I'm not an HR expert, so I'm going to lean on my expert, which is Paula, and I'm going to lean on her to provide me the knowledge that she knows, but I keep myself connected with what's coming out of the federal government, what's coming out of Governor Walz's office, to be able to ask the right questions of the staff so that, again, we're making good decisions and that we are advancing the organization in the most prudent way and the most in a way that the board would be proud. I mean, I would just have to say it like that. At the end of the day, I want to do a good job for my employer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will invite Kevin Campbell for his second question of the evening.
All right, Rhonda. You are applying for a position in a district that you are currently tasked with leading. What have been some of your biggest wins and your biggest challenges? What have you learned, and what are your greatest growth opportunities should you be the full-time superintendent moving forward?
Kevin, could you repeat that question? Because I have to unpack that a little bit.
Sure. So just throwing it out there, you're applying for a position in a district that you're already tasked with leading, right? So you have some experience in that. What have been some of your biggest wins? What have been some of your biggest challenges? What have you learned, and what growth opportunities need to occur, or where do you see some growth opportunities should you be the full-time superintendent moving forward?
Sure. Well, I think some of the wins, or I think a big win, again, with personnel being one of the, I mean, personnel, we're 90% of the organization is about the people in the organization. And I think one of the wins just right out of the chute was finding a great high school principal to backfill the principalship. Going into that conundrum about trying to do both jobs, I was really, I don't want to say fearful, but I just thought, golly, what if I can't find anyone that had the competencies, middle of the year, somebody who would really appreciate Rockford High School the way I did. And I just think that shaking the bush, if you will, and casting the net, I think it was a big win to find Mr. Menard, again, middle of the school year, living out of state. I think that was a big win for me, being able to find somebody competent to backfill the high school. In terms of challenges, I'm in my biggest challenge of my entire career right now in dealing with the pandemic. Never in my life, and probably any of our lives, of course not, have we ever been challenged with the situation that we're in right now, and trying to help our families, and especially our seniors, the parents of seniors, really kind of come to an understanding that this is our reality and we are going to make the best of it. And I've been actually working with Mr. Menard and some of our senior parents about different ways we can still celebrate our seniors. So that's a big challenge for us right now, is how are we going to make the end of the school year for especially our seniors feel meaningful, bring closure to it, but really celebrating our kids who have spent their entire life since kindergarten or 3 or 4 years old in this educational institution. How are we going to celebrate them? Huge challenge. The other challenge is, and I've already been thinking about it, is how do we address the kids in the fall? That's going to be a challenge for us. A challenge with just, I'm going to say, assimilating our kids back into a structured environment, but then also due to the transition from face-to-face instruction to distance learning and shutting down all learning for 2 weeks, we've lost days of instruction. And so thinking about the fall in terms, especially our little tykes who may be in kindergarten and first grade, who may not be coming back in the fall at the level that they would have come back had they had direct face-to-face instruction through, the first week in June. How do we look to onboard kids differently? Because I think it might have to look different in the fall. So the challenge is really looking at both. Those are my biggest challenges, Director Campbell, is looking at how we can conclude this school year, and not just for the seniors. It's K-12. I mean, I've been in the staff meetings of all 3 buildings now. They have staff meetings at least once a week because we're all still just leaning in, and I tune into all 3 of them. It's so interesting. All 3 buildings have a different personality. It's kind of like, as Jessica appreciate this, it's kind of like being a classroom teacher where every class has a different personality. The 3 buildings have a different personality. But it's really looking at, and the staff. it's that social, the challenge with the staff in terms of looking at their social emotional needs. We talk a lot about the social emotional needs of our kids, which is so true. It's so true. But it's also the challenge of the social emotional needs of our staff, and making sure that we're meeting our staff where they are and meeting their needs. So those are wins, challenges. In terms of growth, it's growing into the superintendency. This is, I've never been shy about taking on a new role. And it's usually, I hate to say this, but it's usually those folks around me who encourage me to take it to the next step. It happened when I was a classroom teacher, moving into the assistant principalship. It happened when I was an assistant principal, moving into the principalship. And it's happened over the past several years as a principal, especially when people have found out that I've had a superintendent's license since '08. They're like, you should be a superintendent. And I'm just like, why would I want to do that? But so oftentimes it's most of the time, every time, it's been others who have seen my capacity for growth and my capacity to lead at the next level. So my growth is just really leaning into the superintendency and accepting the professional growth that's going to happen over the next several years. Thank you for asking that question.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Next, I will invite Beth Praska to ask her question.
Okay, Rhonda. Taking aside, let's just put all this pandemic aside, because I'm very optimistic. We're going to move on next fall.
Yeah.
Where do you see the district in 1 year, and then where do you see the district in 3 years?
Well, okay, so define 1 year. Is 1 year next school year?
Yes, so at the end of the next school year, where do you see a year from now, aside, assuming that the pandemic goes away and we get to all, go back to, and then 1 year and then 3 years out?
Sure. Well, in 1 year, I see us coming back. Education will never be the same. With what we're experiencing right now with distance learning, there's pros and cons. And I can see just education in general just changing in terms of how we deliver instruction. I see us in the next year really embracing a hybrid of direct and face-to-face instruction and one-to-one technology. I mean, I don't see us coming back in the fall and just stepping back from technology like we didn't have this experience that we're all having right now. So I see with the next school year, us really doing more professional development with teachers, even though they probably won't need it after right now, with embracing technology, but really seeing how we can use even more technology during our face-to-face contact. Because again, and I'm an educator at heart, we tend to fall back in what we do well, which is getting up in front of the class and lecturing on what we know, versus really utilizing technology the way that we can and should. So I don't see us going back on that. So next year, I see us really embracing technology more and probably adopting a more one-to-one device delivery system, some sort of hybrid. And then in terms of 3 years out, I see the high school being the flagship of the district. I think Reams has done a fantastic job as a magnet school, embracing the arts. I see the middle school doing a fantastic job at embracing the STEM component of their magnet. And now it's time for the high school to really lean in and not just take on IB, but the IB, the technology. I see within the next 3 years that Rockford High School will be the flagship. And not just the flagship of the district, but the flagship of this area. Delano's going to be looking at Rockford. Buffalo's going to be looking at Rockford. Orono is going to be looking at Rockford, and Wayzata is going to be looking down like, oh no.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll ask Brady Anderson for his next question.
All right. Okay. So, as you well know, we are a district on the edge of suburban sprawl. And being on the edge, we often lack, or not often, we do lack the tax benefits of the more suburban districts. We're so very grateful to the taxpayers who have been footing the bill in our community, where more burden lies on the individual taxpayer to fund education. What are some strategies that you think would be applicable to us in helping to offset the tax burden in our community?
Well, I think we offset the tax burden by growing the municipality, by growing Rockford. And I think I might have talked about this at our last interview. They're kind of running together on me. But one of the again, it's spreading. I don't want to say spreading the burden, but it's increasing our tax base, and we increase it two ways. We increase it by increasing enrollment, but then we also increase it again by increasing the businesses in the municipalities that are within our district. And I again, I think I said this, but it's one of those things that if you build it, they will come. It's not the city builds up and the school district then builds into that. It's the school district taking the lead and building a strong, robust K-12 or pre-K-12 system that folks start chattering about, and then moving into the area, and therefore businesses move into the area, and therefore it increases our tax base and our enrollment. So it's really a twofer. But that's how I see us really taking the burden off of individual tax payers right now. It's because our tax base is so small, and the way you increase it is increasing enrollment, and again, increasing the businesses within the district to help pay some of those other, let's say, corporate taxes or business taxes, property taxes. So.
Sure. So let me just go one level deeper on that question then.
Sure.
How do we grow enrollment?
Well, like I've always said, if you offer a good product, then they will come. Again, it's celebrating what we do. And part of it will be what I just described in terms of focusing on the high school being our flagship and really vetting out and developing that IB program. Because I spoke to this before, that ACT, SAT, College Board, I think we're going in a different direction here as a country. Our kids are not competing against, I know we think our kids are competing against, kids in the metro area, but they're not. Our kids right now are going to compete not just with other kids in this state or not even other kids in this country. Our kids are going to be competing globally. And for us to have an IB program that offers the DP program, that diploma program, and the CP program, because we can't forget about that, because of our culture, with the type, I'm going to say the type of clientele, families that we have in our district, we are poised to really offer a two-pronged global education with having the DP program and the CP program. And the CP is that career-related program. It's just as rigorous, and the kids get this globally recognized diploma. There's also been, I'm going to say issues with assessments. And the colleges, and Ms. Prescott might be able to speak to this, and I don't mean speak to this like now, but but everybody, the kids going to college now, they're all 4.0. Everybody's a 4.0. Well, there's great inflation in our K-12 system. We all know that. We've told kids for several years now, probably a decade, that to stand out because everybody is a 4.0, it's about your extracurriculars. And now everyone, extracurriculars. And so now we're telling kids, you got to get the volunteer hours. And so we're telling kids to do things that make them stand out. Well, the IB diploma is going to be that next one up that's going to make kids stand out. And the reason why is because of the external assessment. There's the controversy, and it has to go back, it goes back to the College Board and ACT and SAT. They're finding out that their tests are not as secure as they thought. And there's multiple hundreds of instances where kids are going in and taking tests for another student. There's the equity of why some kids have the ability to pay for tutors and pay for tutors and different tutoring sessions, and other kids don't. So there's that equity issue, but it's that external assessment that IB offers. In other words, they're taking those assessments out of local control, and now our kids are absolutely going to be compared with other schools across the globe. And so when a student gets an IB diploma, they know absolutely that they can compete on a global level. And that's the next level. And so, Brady, back to your question, it's promoting that, it's marketing that. And when you look at our geographical area, no one is offering the DP and CP program. And so as a district, we're poised perfectly to take the lead in that lane. And others will come aboard afterwards, but we'll set the track.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question I'll ask from Jessica Johnson.
Hi, Rhonda. My question is, how can someone better support mental health, trauma issues in daily society, and how best to support the staff and students in these areas? How can we do that? And making sure that our students feel safe, they are safe, and how to support ongoing and not just in a crisis.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to one of the earlier questions. That is going to be our challenge. It's our challenge right now. Not that it wasn't before, but post-COVID and just going through what we're in right now, when we come out of the other side, we are really going to have to look at supporting our kids. And it's really taking that SEL model, that social emotional learning model, and really applying it not just to our kids, but again to the staff and supporting them. There's specific tenets of social emotional learning. Of course, it's being present in the moment. It's in a classroom setting. It's establishing those norms. I think one of the things that really cause students to struggle sometimes is the unknown and the fear. And so the more you can establish things like, that normal routine, every time you come into the classroom, it's going to happen like this, whatever this is. It's small things like that. It's opening with a groundbreaker to get the voices in the room so kids can just get grounded in the moment. It's ending every lesson with what they call an optimistic closing. So there's specific things that research has shown us that can really help students and staff with that social emotional learning. I'm having an all district staff meeting tomorrow morning at 8:00, and I already know how I'm going to open and how I'm going to have my optimistic closing, because I know that staff need that also. Plus, it helps model what a staff person could do when they're in their Google Classrooms. And that's something that I've always tried to do. I'm always trying to learn something more. And as a principal, as a superintendent, it's learning something and bringing something back that and modeling it for teachers or for principals so that they can then model it to their staff or model it in their buildings. And so, yeah, the mental health though it's really going to take it's going to look different, and it might be something that we as a board, as a superintendent, might have to look at in terms of what does that look like in terms of having licensed people in our buildings. We don't have social workers. There might be a need for that in the future. Our counseling staff, in terms of the ratio, is pretty high. That might be something else we want to look at in the future. But it doesn't have to necessarily be positions. It's those practices that we do every day with our kids, and for me, with my principals and with teachers, that help with that mental health. It's stretching, it's exercising, it's getting people up before we all sit down. It's again starting with a grounding exercise and ending with an optimistic closure. But there are certain things that we can do to help with the mental health needs of everyone in the organization. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, I have one more question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kevin for the closing kind of conversation and question. If you were to become the superintendent of Rockford area schools, looking back, what would be the quote unquote feather in your cap, the pinnacle, the vision, the dream that was achieved if you were to look back 10 years from now? Like thinking like you're 10 years forward, looking back, what would success look like to you?
It would look like, thank you for that question. That's an optimistic closer question right there. It would look like just what I just described, that the high school was the flagship of the district, that families were clamoring to get in here, to come to Rockford, that we would have a waiting list for with open enrollment students. We would be controlling that, maybe to the point where maybe we have to get to a point where we're building another elementary. But that's what I see 10 years from now, that we drive back down 55 and it's like, whoa, where did this come from? Where we have the grocery stores and the CVS or the Walgreens, and maybe even a medical clinic, a facility. That's what I see for Rockford schools and for the city of Rockford.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to
maybe a couple of roundabouts. That's when you're really I'm just kidding.
I'm going to turn it over to Kevin for the closing kind of conversation starter.
Perfect. And it's a little different just because the question is the experience that you've had so far with the community of Rockford and now the board. What questions do you have about the district? And part of this time, the original idea too is to learn some things that we're passionate about, some things that you're passionate about. So, what I guess let's just keep it on that. What do you have questions for us? And then I guess if there's more you want to elaborate on about yourself as well, this would be a good time. Is that right, board? Head shake. Perfect.
That's kind of just an open-ended question. So I'm going to answer it just these two ways. Number one, in terms of Rockford as a community, it's just interesting how this came to be. Because I've really grown. One of the things that I appreciate about Rockford is that, yeah, Wayzata's 5 miles down the road, totally different feel even. And here we are, 55, 5 minutes, beyond Wayzata, and it's this small town feel. It's the Crow River celebration. It's the tree lighting. it's the celebration of being in this great country. It's celebrating our faith. It's all of that, and it's those values that I've always appreciated. It's it's just interesting. I was going to tell a story about being in Minneapolis. I'll tell the story. The story about being in Minneapolis is that there is board policy about saying the pledge, just like we do here every Monday morning. And when I brought that up, it was, well, we don't want to do that. And it's like, well, why not? Well, we have, we're such a diverse community. That's right. But we live in the United States of America, and our schools are funded out of taxpayers' money. So, and it's board policy. But I was steered away from that. And so then I come here to Rockford, and of course we're going to celebrate it. It's our value system. And so one of the things that I've really appreciated about being in Rockford is again, just similar values, supporting our great country, and that small town feel, because we are a small town. And even though I've talked about growing Rockford, I never see it in the sense of growing it like a Wayzata. That's not what I'm talking about. It's just growing us enough to be a little bit more financially stable, and to really be able to give our kids that educational experience that we want for them. Shoot, I should have wrote down my other point that I was going to say. Doggone it. Sorry. It was the community, and then just similar values, and it's one of the things that I really appreciate about Rockford.
Perfect. All right. Well, I actually have another question, but I won't ask. I'm going to hand it back to Amy, and then Amy, you tell us what you want next, I guess. You're on mute right now.
Yeah, my computer just said, you're on mute. Yeah, if you do have one more, we do have like a minute, if the board is okay with that Kevin gets 3 questions.
I did think of my other prong of that question. So not only do I feel that it's a good fit in terms of my values, the values of this community, but I've really grown to appreciate the board. And I'm not just saying this to you because with this interview, but I think with the 6 of you, you bring such a different expertise to the board. I mean, Amy, with your background in healthcare, I mean, it's invaluable right now. And Beth, post-secondary, reading specialist. I mean, look at the expertise. Brady, we have to talk about marketing. Because it is part of branding. It's branding and marketing. We have a great brand. When you look around our facilities, we have great facilities. But again, it's getting it out there that Rockford is something to keep in your sights. I appreciate Jessica's experience in being a classroom teacher, because at the end of the day, it's about the experience that our kids have in the classroom. And to have somebody who's still in the classroom at the K-12 level and able to bring that perspective to every meeting and every conversation is really invaluable. And then Eric, with our student management system being a company that he's familiar with, really it's a perfect match. And Kevin, with the growth that we may have in our district, we might have to look at expanding our facilities a little bit. But no, I think working with a board that has expertise in the areas that really are the main influencers of what we're trying to deliver to our families, I just think is invaluable. So I really appreciate the composition of the board.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Kevin, there's only 2 minutes.
Okay. No, that's all right. Nope. Yep, good.
Okay, great. Well, did you have any additional questions for us at this point in time?
No, I really didn't, Amy. Thank you for asking. I think I shared, I'm glad I remembered that last point though, because it really is important. And I watch board meetings all the time. Even I live, in Minneapolis, and I watch the board meetings. I've always watched, the Noka Hennepin board meetings. And there is there has to be that relationship between the board and the superintendent to really get the business of the district, to get it done. And having a supportive board and being able to trust one another, I just think I'm in a place where I hope that you would trust that I would have the best interests of the district at heart, and that I'm not going to let you down, because again, letting you down would be letting the kids of this district down, and I just can't let that happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I started with gratitude and I'll end with gratitude. So it was nice to have a chance to have another conversation with you and ask some additional questions, and for you to, ask us some questions and just have a nice dialogue with one another. So thank you so much for your time tonight, your time with us last week, and also engaging in our stakeholder conversations just the other day, so that more members of our community had an opportunity to get to know you as well. So with that, I just would like to express our gratitude for your time, and I will turn it back over to Dave or Ken.
And Dave,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay, go ahead.
Rhonda, thank you so much.
Sure.
And we will be contacting you later this evening to let you know what kind of actions the board has taken. So stay close to your phone, but really nice listening to you again, Rhonda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. It's nice meeting you.
Yeah, Rhonda, thank you again for your interview tonight and getting to know you better. Like David said, we'll be in touch.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ken. Ken, it's good seeing you again. It had
good to see
been a
you.
while.
It has, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
And Amy, we'll cut off and then we'll all come back.
Over to you, Dave, or to you, Ken.
Okay, thank you, Amy. First of all, I want to, on behalf of David and I, really thanks for really a wonderful process in consideration of all the changes we had to do in the world we're living in right now, with all the support of Eric especially, and Kathy putting us together over the last couple weeks has been really helpful. So thank you. We've enjoyed obviously working with your board. You really are a good board, and I appreciate that. And we work with a lot of boards. So tonight then, just a little process question here. You have been through as a board 2 formal interviews with 3 candidates. You've also received feedback from your stakeholder group that met on Monday night. You also have a set of application materials that, some 30 pages or more for some of them. You have all of that. And then you also have the profile that you created trying to match these 3 people to that profile. So what our decision tonight is, is there a candidate that you would, that matches that profile as best it can, and is someone who would be the next leader for Rockford area schools. And so what I typically do in this process is to have the board, before they get into a discussion of each of the candidates, if they would email me who they think they would like to be the next superintendent of Rockford area schools. And then this is just, it's not a formal vote, it's a straw vote. I will then let the board know what we have, what the results of that straw vote is. And then we'll lead a discussion about who would that be. Typically, if the board is, 4-2-5-1-6-0, that's leaning toward a candidate, obviously. And then we'll talk about that candidate and see where the rest of the board is with that. The thing that I would caution you and is that when we have that discussion is to keep it on a more positive level, talking about the strengths of the candidates versus the negative parts of the candidate. And I say this because all three of these people are certainly potential candidates for other positions. And also the press and things that get in the press by comments made tend to live in infamy among school boards and other people. So I think we'll be fine. But again, talking about why you would want a certain person versus now why you wouldn't want a certain person at that point. So again, the main job, like I said, you've had a lot of input from a lot of different people, and I'm sure you've been lobbied and written to and a variety of other things. But the basic thing is this is a board decision, and you are the only people who can hire the superintendent, and that's one of your main jobs. So you need to decide in your mind who you think would be best to lead the Rockford area schools. So if you are comfortable with that, I would encourage you, would suggest that each of the individual board members email me, and I'll give you the email address. It's M like in Mark or Mary, mdragseth at comcast.net, mdragseth at comcast.net. Then I will mute and go off, and I won't leave, but I'll mute and take. And David and I then will, I'll discuss with David the results of that and come back with you and give you those results, and then we'll move forward. Does that make sense to you, Amy?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, so if you would do that, then if the board members then would email me now, then we can move forward.
Okay, M Drake.
One name, yeah, just one name.
Yep, very good.
Not a ranking, just a name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you spell that again, your email?
Yes,
M?
it's M like in Mary, M Dragseth, DRAGSETH at comcast.net. Got it, Beth? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Say, Beth, do I have your vote or?
I just sent it. Let me know if you don't get it.
Okay, thanks. Amy?
Yes.
Okay, I got the results. So,
Okay.
and I'm not going to give them by name, but I'll just say there are 3 votes for Rhonda. There are 2 votes for Ted and 1 vote for Ron. Okay. So at this point, you obviously do not have a majority. So I think what would be best would be anybody who wants to advocate for their particular choice to do that to the board. At some point, you're going to have at least 4 votes, okay, for somebody, all right? So you go ahead, Amy, and decide who you want to, how you want to, get people's input. Go from there.
Okay. So having never walked through this way, I guess I don't really want to call on people. I think
they can just jump in if they want to.
Yeah, if anybody wants to provide some direct feedback about things that you're thinking about and strengths of candidates and things to consider, that would be very helpful.
So,
Can you just repeat? It was 3 Rhonda, 2 Ted, 1 Ron, correct?
That's correct, Beth. Yes.
So I'll give my thoughts first. So it's looking at the merits of what we saw in our interviews and what we had read in their packets. Going for that, what I was very interested in was how Ron was able to move forward with his vision. I know that coming from a large district to a small district isn't desirable for some, but I think a large district perspective shouldn't preclude a person from being in a district. I think he has an experience as an educational leader. I think he has his fingers and pulse on current trends and current topics. And I think instructionally, I think he is sound. And I appreciate that with him. He does bring a diverse background of dealing with all levels of parents up and down, with parental engagement and looking at, the legislative landscape was a pretty important part also. So, I'll just put that out for Ron, as my thoughts that go beyond him. I don't know, are we supposed to be advocating for a specific person, or are we supposed to be just sharing ideas and thoughts right now, Ken? Ken, you're on mute.
Excuse me, I hit the wrong buttons here. Yes, I think it's helpful if the other board members understand why you're supporting a particular person. Again, we'll have to, we can't have a 3 vote because of a 6-person board. So at some point, someone is going to have to move whoever to one of the candidates to have at least a 4 vote.
Okay.
So we just advocate for who you think would be your number 1 choice and why.
Very good. Thank you. So I'll stop talking then for a little bit so I can get my brain together.
I guess I will. I'll go and echo some of what Eric said, and Ron is not the person that I chose, obviously. Yet he is the person that should have I not chose the first one, I would have chose him. I think the thing that he does have is the experience. I was really impressed with how much he knew our district on those pieces and where he was going. He throughout his interview said similar words or used them multiple times, which makes me think he's a systematic leader in the way that he leads. I do believe if he came in our district, he would be successful. I don't think he would be a bad candidate. He just wasn't my number 1 candidate.
I did like his 3-year plan he sent out. I thought it was very thorough, or his 100-day plan or whatever that was, 100 days. I really liked that. And he spoke, a lot of what he said resonated just with best practices of education that I know. So I do think he's got a lot of solid knowledge in education and experience. So I will say that part for Ron, I did really, really like.
I will say, talking to Rhonda, since she was in the top part of our candidates, one thing that resonates is I don't know everything, and that's important. I mean, when coming from this is what I know, and this is what I believe, and this is what we are going to do. Sometimes that, sometimes people with strong philosophy and strong beliefs in what's now will drive forward and put their head down and go for it. I do believe that the ability to say, I don't know everything and I need to lean on people is a strong trait and a strong characteristic. So that's a good That's a good trait to have, and to realize that we have people within our district that have expertise that haven't always been tasked into having to be asked what to do, or their opinion as to what our direction should be. But to realize that I don't know all the answers and I don't know all of the direction, and to be able to lean on the people that are in those positions to help guide and direct where we go is important. So that was a positive in my mind. It's a paradigm shift for some that a leader, a leader at the top of a district for a while usually this is how it goes. So it may be a paradigm shift that we're uncomfortable with and are not know right now, but I think that's something that's a positive in my mind.
Something that really resonated with me with Ron was his discussion about teaching practices, and that when we talked about when somebody maybe doesn't want to do what has been pushed out at the district level, rather than coming down on them, having that discussion, meeting that with them, observing, looking at it. I just felt like he really wants to meet all people in the district at their level, and not project himself upon them, and not force things upon people, but to work with people. His whole walking ahead, beside, and behind, all of those things I thought were great. But that particular example really meant something, that he gets that, and that appreciation for people who can do the job really well. And it might be different than what the person next door is doing, but they're actually doing a great job and making a difference in a kid's life and doing a really good job of it. It may not look the same as the person next door, and that he has an appreciation for that.
So I'll make a couple of comments. And as I was looking at these candidates, I was putting it through the filter of how well do these candidates fit the profile that was put together by our search firm. Obviously, all of them are fairly high on that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it to where they're at. How much experience do they have in the role? What type of feedback did our stakeholder group provide? And then something that's particularly important for me, for our district, is, can they lead by collaboration, right? And so what does that really mean? In my view, it means, can you lead by gathering the support of those who work for you, as well as those who work around you? Can you ensure that the district is operating efficiently? Can you make Rockford a great place for staff and students, right? So to me, that's those three things relate to leadership by collaboration. When I look at Ron, I think he's got a really strong fit with the profile. I believe he has got a significant amount of relevant experience in his assistant superintendent roles, which are the equivalent of, it seems like the equivalent of superintendent roles with the volume of schools that the assistant superintendent is in charge of in the Minneapolis district. I really liked that his answers focused on addressing the social and emotional needs of students. I liked his business leader integration comments, and also his level of legislative access and understanding of the way that education works in our in our state. So I don't know if we're going candidate by candidate, making those comments. I don't know. Maybe this is just a matter of the way that we sent in our choices, but yeah, I don't know. So, anyways, I think Ron is a strong candidate. Would be my comment there. Yeah.
Great. So I would echo that. I mean, there are, if we're thinking about the things that we appreciate about the interview style, a quote that I wrote down is, "You model by love of education. You respect the positive and the negative experiences. Student achievement is more than quantitative. It's also the qualitative." There was clear passion in the desire to have strong student achievement in the community. Like there was unwavering question about that. I appreciated the methodology, and I appreciated the honesty in the example of when he showed up to solve a problem, which was not just a problem, but somebody passed away in his district suddenly, and solved for the technical need, but didn't honor the empathetic need of the staff there. So I appreciated the ability to look back on that part of the his history and whatnot. So I agree. I mean, we are blessed, and I know Dave and Ken, when we started down this path, we said, bring us hard choices, bring us the best candidates out there. And I'm really tremendously pleased with the caliber of all the candidates we've had the opportunity to meet.
All right. Can I go next? I chose Rhonda. And the reason is I think there's something about the interview process that we've seen. It's just been longer with her, right? She's in an interim position right now. I see some challenges with that, and I've seen a lot of positives with that as well. And the thing about that is if I try to look objectively at that spot, every one of these people are going to have some challenges that we just don't know about yet. And one of the things that I think that we get is we get to see what those challenges are, and how they're being addressed, or how they will be addressed. I think, and this is where I was just back on Ron too, right? I think both of those are very strong candidates. What I like about both of those is their future doesn't necessarily look like who we are, right? If I were going to hire someone for let's maintain who we are, I don't know that I would hire either of those, or two candidates, right? They might not be but I do like the future of what's in there. The idea that it's not just about enrollment, it's also about community. Rhonda has seen growth in each of the positions that she's been in, right? And has had success in there. And I get it, Rockford, it's been more rapid, like things have been, but she's had success in other places as well. What she did for Wayzata High School, and I know we don't, again, this is where it kind of can freak people out of what are we comparing? We don't want to be Wayzata. But the idea that she's had that before, and now you see what Wayzata is, although she hasn't had superintendent experience, she's had some of that kind of experience. I know there are challenges. I think, like I said, there'll be challenges for everyone. and I think the opportunity with Rhonda is very great as well.
And Kevin, I'll echo a lot of that, and I'll say that the passion was evident in all of them for education. You know, Tim was passionate, and I loved how he said he knows his niche, right? I know he loves his small niche spot. He was in big. He's now in smaller than us, which, okay. But he knows his niche, and he had a family vibe about where and what his decision is. I thought that was good. He had a good feeling for vocational education as well as community outreach. I thought that was a big thing. And they all had passion for their profession. I will say on top of that, we saw a passion for our community with one of our candidates as well. And that's a huge thing. I mean, that just a straight up passion, you know, that's big too. And to figure out what's best for our students and our community and our district, where, you know, what is it? Yeah, what are the measures? And that's just my thought. Sorry. And I'm talking a lot and I apologize.
I can go next. I think that I do see a lot of love of Rockford and wanting to stay in Rockford with Rhonda, and she's kind of been on a slow burn of an interview, and she's held her head high amongst all the trials and tribulations. I also want to kind of mention Ted. I thought he did a really good job tonight. There's several things I wrote down that, let me see. He talked about like other streams of revenue, had some ideas, and he wants to build relationships with all the stakeholders. And I liked his idea of classroom up instead of, classroom up instead of boardroom down. I like that. And at the end, he just really summed it up really well. And I thought I heard a lot of passion why he would come here and move the district forward. So it's a tough decision.
Yeah, I will echo that as well. I think the thing that I wrote down in his closing statement that really resonated with me, that I think, might resonate with me also just as a general leader, is that, the impact that, X, Y, or Z, whatever you're doing can have. Education, this is what we're talking about right now. But as the district administrator, you have the keys to open up the opportunity, right, for the people that didn't have it before. And, that part of it really resonated with me as he was talking that through. I appreciate that there's a desire to go from a smaller, the districts are similar in size, but they're very different, as we learned in the first interview process. The number of people are the same or similar, but the geographic spread is definitely broader than our district. So I do appreciate, how he described his desire to really get to know the entire community of which the district served, and working through that and building those relationships. I think for any superintendent, that's going to be really important. I think passion for the community is definitely key. I'll add in what I appreciated about Rhonda's interview as well is the ability to truly knit together the magnet schools that we're really trying to do in this district, and to be able to articulate it in that way of, Rockford is the place where people will want to come here for the schools, and the pinnacle is getting our IB, and it's IB for all, not IB for some. It's IB for all, and we're building out a career program. And I appreciated the connection to the landscape of how testing might change, and the honesty about everybody's a 4.0, or not everybody, but it's just having some of that honesty, at least from her perspective as an educator, in how do we best set up our kids for a global readiness, knowing that we are going to continue to be a more global society. And so having that concept in our community and really enabling our kids to live that, that was something that hearing that all actually put together and articulated in a concise and thoughtful process, I was great to hear how the elementary and the middle school and then the IB programs would come together, and the vision of having students ready for the global market, whether or not you go on to school after Rockford or not. Our school will prepare you for global readiness. Our system will. So that's kind of a couple of things that came out tonight that that I wanted to just appreciate.
A couple of things that I appreciated about Rhonda. Obviously, it's interesting because you can say she's had a drawn out interview process or whatever it might be by having being our interim. She's been our interim in such remarkable times that it's tough to say, is this your day-to-day? Because often these stressful, high stress situations will accentuate certain aspects of who we all are, right? Rhonda is extremely relatable, highly personable. She's certainly very well liked by many, at the very least, the high school, and by the students, based on the feedback that I have heard. The thing that I appreciated about her response about kind of what happens when we come back and how are we different as a district, and really the saying, hey, technology is really important for us. I envision us being at a point where properly equipped, even post this global pandemic, with technology in a whether it's one-to-one or whatever the strategy might be, that there's no more snow days, that there's no more there's different options for kids to learn, that and I think her bringing that up and making that observation was super helpful. I also enjoyed talking to Ted. He's got the needed experience. He's got passion for the job. He's got a desire to do good for the communities that we serve. I appreciate that he has a desire to earn, not expect trust. And for me, I think that's a huge thing for our district, for our staff. So yeah, I mean, to Amy's point earlier, all three of these candidates, this is such a hard decision to make. You've brought forward three very, very good human beings to throw their hat in the ring for this position. So those were my observations on Ted and Rhonda.
I guess it's my turn to share at this point. So this is where my low D comes into play, and lack thereof sleep and everything. So I apologize for emotions. This was really hard. They were all incredible candidates. I have nothing but great things to say about all three of them. They're all amazing. And my decision might come from past experiences, just from my history within the district. And it was a very difficult decision. But my decision, I went with Ted. There was something about him and his fit to our district. I kept I guess to put a picture to it, I kept thinking, you have a square peg, an oval peg, and a round peg, and which one's going to fit into the hole that's the shape of Rockford, and which one is closest to that. And going through all of this, Ted interviewed extremely well tonight, and really I got to see a side of him that I connected to. His connection to smaller schools, and their challenges, his willingness to be so connected within the community. I was really impressed with that, and his ideas of how to do that. I think he's capable of making really tough decisions when those decisions need to be made. His OJT and community college stuff that he's developed in Northeast Iowa, I was really impressed with that, and feel with our demographics in our school that that could really benefit us, and especially with our IBCP program, I feel he could really connect with that. Some of the things you guys have already said about him, I agree tremendously with that. It just was a really hard decision because I think Rhonda is incredible in so many ways, and I came in with an open mind, willing to just really see them for who they are. And like I said, I just feel I look at the shape of Rockford and who fits that. And for me, it came down to, I feel Ted just really fits what Rockford is. That's just how I feel about it, I guess. But I liked how he talked about earning trust. I feel that's really important. And teacher relationships is important. I think he gets the idea of small school and everything that it entails beyond the classroom. We have so much within that where our kids are involved in so many different things that I think he really gets that picture. He really understands that picture of what a small school is. So not that I don't want Rockford to grow, because I want Rockford to grow, don't get me wrong, but it's still just keeping that wholesome small school feel. So sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
Can I piggyback kind of on Jessica's emotions? I agree that Ted's the right fit. And what I felt like with Ted was he's not running away from something, he's coming to something. And he feels that Rockford is someplace that he could expend the rest of his career and make it better. And I always say, don't run from somewhere, you want to run towards something. And I feel like that is why he wants to come to us, that he thinks he could do a good job by Rockford students. And I also just feel like we just need a change. And I love Rhonda dearly, and this is why it was so hard. It took me forever to push send on my computer because she's been awesome, but I think we maybe just need a change. And to me, from what I heard through the interviews, I feel I agree with Jessica. For me, that was Ted.
I'll go. I think you are right. I think Ted is the peg that fits our district currently. And that, for me, is not in alignment with where we said we wanted to be in the profile of a superintendent and the things that we were looking for. So I don't have any, I think Ted is going to be a great superintendent where he goes. For me, I think you said a round peg fitting right in there. I think a little sandpaper is good for our district. I think some of the vision casting, I think some of the pieces in technology where we're heading, I think a big mindset is important, especially as we go into our IB international experiences. So that's where I am on. Not that he's a bad candidate. I think the other two have more of that that bigger feel to them and a bigger vision that way. And I'll just say, Ted's at the end when we had those moments and he was able to share about his his coach and the passion. That's awesome. Wherever he goes, I think he's going to be a good superintendent. It's just not in line with how I see the district going.
Anybody else want to comment?
No, I'll just maybe, echo a little bit of what Kevin said. I agree with everything I said about Ted. Passionate, smart, humble, fits many of the characteristics that we would be looking for in a superintendent. And I think he will do great things. He's clearly doing great things in his home community right now. That's awesome. And I was looking, the answers are where I was looking for is what's our path forward, and what could that look like? And so I think having an innovative mindset is something that I was looking for too. And definitely there were characteristics around that as far as being creative with budgets and creative with those sort of practical things. No question there. No question at all. And I think some of what I was, had given other feedback on is, that global mindset, or what's our 21st century, or what's our next step, and what does that look like? And I tried really hard to compare the feedback from the profile and, matching it up and all of those things and those thoughts. So it's just some extra thoughts there. And again, thank you for bringing us really, really awesome candidates to talk about. I mean, we should be proud that this district attracts such talent. So I'll just say that as a community. Eric.
Yeah, the first round wasn't easy getting down to from 6 to 3 either. They were amazing, all 6. So good. I'll agree that Ted fits us now, right today. I think he fits us today at what Rockford is now. And I agree with Kevin and Amy. Is he going to be is he going to drive us to that position? I did appreciate the vision of continuing to grow all 3 of our buildings with the magnets, and especially the capstone of what our district should be with our kids leaving us and being prepared for 21st century learners. I think, and we heard that, we all participated in meetings at the strategic plan prior to this, and there's been a plea to let the high school get an identity of something, right? Something they can hang their hat on. They're hungry for that. And I think that the vision of how do we capstone our district with a amazing educational opportunity for our highest graded level students to go out into the world and be successful. I think that's important. So yeah, that's important to me. Where are we going? What's going to be good for us going forward for our community? and for our staff. And I will say, one thing that was interesting to me is how Rhonda had she was really the only one that brought in the empathy of how is the staff dealing with this issue of our distance learning, and how is our staff going to react coming back in with the mental health aspect of it as well. That touched me a little bit, because a lot of times as people, we forget about the people that serve the kids, and we focus on the kids. We have to focus on all of them. So that's, the focus on the community, the focus on the people who are working with your children, but also the children. That was important. So.
I really appreciated, in both Ron and Rhonda made this same sentiment, and it also came through in stakeholder interviews, actually, that both Ron and Rhonda were folks that were saying, I'm going to, during their onboarding process, during their meet the community, meet the business leaders, meet the city folks, meet the legislature, whatever, is I'm going to go to them. I'm going to meet them where they're at, right? Which I think goes a long ways towards eliciting authentic insights and ideas from those that work in the district, those that attend the district, those that operate a business in our district, those that govern our district, versus, you come to me and talk to me. That's a very intimidating thing, for folks. And I'm not saying that any of the candidates would be, you must come to me to talk to me. That just seemed to be a point of emphasis for, in particular, Ron and Rhonda, that I think is important to call out.
There was something that Ted said that really resonated with me, and that was about leaders in small districts wearing many hats and distributing the work, and how to do that, in that he looks for strengths in the people he works with, and that's where he distributes that work, that he looks for those strengths. And that was something he really pointed out, that is something that he really tries to do, is get to know his staff and get to know what their strengths are, and how to utilize that. That was something that really stood out to me, and something that's necessary.
Well, Amy, one of the things we could do, if you want to, we can do another straw vote and see if we have at least 4 votes for any one of the candidates.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, just kind of do a pulse check, see where we're at with things, and go from there.
Take a second round. So let's everybody send me again one name after listening to everybody, and can we find 4 votes here to move forward? Thanks. I'm just waiting for Jessica's vote. Jessica, if you're there, would you send in your vote, please?
I sent it. It should be coming to you. Yeah, I sent it.
Okay, Amy. All right, board, the final result of the second vote is exactly the same as the first vote, okay? So it's 3 for Rhonda, 2 for Ted, and 1 for Ron. What I think we ought to do is to do another vote and give us your top 2. So we can get it down to 2, okay? So is that okay with you, Amy?
Yep, that's fine. You lead
All
us
right,
through.
let's everybody give me your top 2. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm waiting. I don't have either Amy's or Beth's. Beth, I'm just waiting for yours.
I just sent it again.
Beth, you have two choices.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did it twice. Are you not getting it?
Yeah, I'm getting. I got one that had one name on it.
Okay.
You
Oh,
have,
I'm sorry.
you have another
Okay.
name? Thanks.
Did it go through that time?
I haven't got it yet, but it just takes a little while for whatever reason. So I'll
It's because Greenfield has non-existent Wi-Fi.
Beth, can you call me? Okay, it's 952-210-2790. Hi, Beth. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. Here we no.
Then you might want to.
Okay. Okay. Beth. Okay. Go ahead. No. Okay, Amy.
Yes.
Okay. Here we have. When we put out both names down, Rhonda is in the top two on all six. Ron is in the top two on four, and Ted is in the top two on two. I think all of you probably had your first choice the same, what it looks like. So I guess the question is, it looks like it's kind of between Rhonda and Ron, and or you can talk more about it. We can always, I see Ted having support of only 2 out of the 6. So we could do another one, but just between Rhonda and Ron, if that's what the board wants to do, or you can have further discussion. What do you think?
I'm open to whatever the best and most open and fair process is. So,
yep. Any other board members want to weigh in?
I would say, Ken, this is where you're just going to have to lead us, I guess, in the best practice of doing that.
All right, I would guess then. Let's see if let's look between Rhonda and Ron. See if we have any any decisive thing between those two. I don't see four of you moving to make Ted number one. So I'm just going to take that step and so submit to me a choice between one name, Rhonda or Ron. Thanks. Okay, thank you. What we have on that vote is 4 for Rhonda and 2 for Ron. So, Amy, you can decide what the board wants to do on this.
All right. So we are at a point where, sure, we can. I mean, we're at a point where we've got.
If anybody wants to, otherwise you have 4 votes at this point for Rhonda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, feel free to talk, Kevin. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Ken, I love your guidance on going in with a 4-2 vote. What is that? Is that a wise move? Is that, yeah?
Well, it's, you know, with a 6-person board, 4-2 is 2 more than, you know, it's not a 4-3, it's a 4-2. Obviously, 6-person board, it's always more difficult sometimes to make decisions. What I would say here, if you go ahead with either candidate, we always recommend that, you know, you can vote up what you want to vote on and go into the 4-2 vote. When you bring back the final vote on April 20th, we always suggest the final vote ought to be unanimous for the contract. That's a typical board strategy that boards use. And sometimes, you know, you have to vote your conscience on the first round, and if that's the way it is, you know, we're going to move forward. I think you've got 2 good candidates, so I think you can, you know, it's what the board would like to do. At some point, we'll need tonight a resolution to enter into contract negotiations with whoever from one of the board members, and then a second, and then you vote.
Yep.
So the process that we have gone through, very grateful for School Exec Connect for helping guide us through all of the community side of this. I will say that I will hope that whomever comes into this position has the opportunity to start fresh and start new. Anytime, you know, Dave and I have had conversation in the past that any person in leadership in a district or any position has people that are for and people that are against. And you always have to think about how the interview had gone with all of the stakeholders and take their feedback into consideration. So I appreciate the majority vote of the board. I'll follow, you know, consensus building is important to me. And and I appreciate the process that we had gone through. You know, given the merits of the interview, I think the board, we voted several times and we've made a decision. Nothing going forward yet, but I'm just saying that, you know, given the merits, there's room for everyone to grow. Both of our candidates, neither have them been a superintendent in place by themselves. We have one that's an associate superintendent and one that's an acting at this time. So, you know, both qualified. But I feel the merits of the interview have helped guide us to a consensus in our answer so far.
I couldn't agree more with what you're saying, Eric. I mean, I'm so thankful that we have gone through this process as a team. You know, I think we were asked in one of our interviews with one of the candidates, you know, about our board. And, you know, there are times that the makeup of the board of having different opinions, taking into account multiple different stakeholders and constituencies, that is our obligation. And this is the biggest, you know, this is a big decision. So I appreciate the thoughtful reflection and this entire process. And Ken and Dave, I appreciate you leading us through that process. And it's not easy. And again, that's what we asked you to do. Get us to a spot where this is a really hard decision for our district. And I'm, again, expressing gratitude that we've got some really good candidates that have had the opportunity to interview with this team. So I guess we can do it one of two ways. If anyone would like to have additional conversation, we certainly can have more dialogue. That's, you know, just fine. As Ken said, the other option is we could put a resolution out there for a candidate and take a vote on it. And the resolution is to enter into contract negotiations. And I'm open to whatever the board needs at this point in time. And Kevin, you are raising your hand.
Yeah, is there a possible sleep on it resolution, or is that something you guys don't advise Ken and Dave?
Kevin, I would, you know, basically I said I would not advise it. And the reason I say that is that the whole transparency piece, when boards get into trouble is when they recess, they go home, then the perception in the community is that the board's calling each other and trying to wheel and deal, and then they come back and all of a sudden they're all behind a candidate. And so you end up losing trust on the board. And we've seen this happen we don't advise it at all. Probably in my 50 searches, I've had one, and that's exactly what happened in that district. And they had to fight as a board to get that trust back.
And I will say whatever the resolution that may come forward, and that we have the opportunity for a plan for the leader that's coming in to have the opportunity to have a retreat opportunity with the leadership team, not only the board, but also the leadership team of the district, in order to, you know, transition themselves into a permanent role, to make sure that like all of our candidates said, sit and listen and move forward. So upon Ken's advice then, and as the chair of the search committee, then I will make a resolution or propose a resolution to approve candidate Dean to enter into contract negotiations for the superintendent's position of Rockford Schools.
All right, that was a resolution presented by Eric Gordy. For the record, that's a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I've got a first and I have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I'll have one more point of discussion from my desk here. As one of the individuals that voted for Ron as my number one candidate, and I know one of the things here is not to necessarily campaign for a particular candidate over another. I wanted to just be transparent about my rationale for why. And I don't, necessarily expect it to result in a change of anyone's vote. But I think if I weren't at least making my perspective known as to why I put him in the number one slot, then I wouldn't be doing my job as a member of this school board. So I put him in the number one slot, and again, both these candidates are amazing. Both are going to be amazing superintendents. I put Ron in the number one position. It kind of came down to vote with your head or vote with your heart, right? My heart says that Rhonda should be in the number one position, and my head says, with the experience that Ron has, that he should be in the number one position. Having been in the assistant superintendent role for quite a while in the Minneapolis school district. I can't remember the exact number of years, consistently promoted throughout, and which is true of both candidates. All candidates have been consistently promoted throughout their careers. And at the end of the day, both fit the profile that we're looking for, I think, fairly equally. I think Rhonda, from a personality perspective, probably fits the profile a little bit better than Ron. Ron, from an experience perspective, fits the profile a little bit more than Rhonda. So ultimately, that's kind of where I said my head leans towards Ron, whereas my heart leans towards Rhonda, because we know her and we love her, right? And we've been working with her. So yeah, that's I just wanted to make my perspective known on that issue before we voted on the resolution.
Thank you, Brady. Any other comments or conversation prior to me calling for a roll call vote? All right. So the resolution on the table has been first and seconded. The resolution is to give School Exec Connect the ability to enter into contract negotiations with Rhonda Dean, candidate Dean.
Amy, can I interrupt just a second, Amy? I would make it that the board would enter and negotiate. We can't negotiate.
And you support us. Yes, sorry. Thank you. That the board would enter into contract negotiations with candidate Rhonda Dean. That was first by Eric Gordy, second by Kevin Campbell. Since there's no further comments, I will call for a roll call vote. Kevin Campbell.
Aye.
Eric Gordy.
Aye.
Beth Kraska.
Aye.
Brady Anderson.
Nay.
Jessica Johnson. Did we lose Jessica? Oh, there she is. Jessica, you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
I'm just really having a hard time.
Okay, got it.
Aye.
Okay. Amy Edwards, aye. Resolution passes 5-1.
Okay, Amy, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to call Rhonda. I'm going to put her on speakerphone on my phone. You'll be able to hear it, I think. And then you should, as a board chair, tell her that decision. Okay?
Oh,
That makes sense? Because you are the board chair. I can't offer the job, you know, or you can call her directly on your phone if you want to. But we need to get a yes from her if she's correct.
okay. And we do that in the meeting right now?
Yes, do that in the meeting right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Let me just hold on. I'll just. Hey, Rhonda, just a second. I'm going to put Amy on here for you.
Hi, Rhonda. Can you hear me? I can't hear Rhonda very well.
Rhonda, you speak up.
I can hear you, Amy.
Oh, good. Well, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and speak now, Rhonda. See what you.
Can you hear me? Amy?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Amy.
Great. Hi, Rhonda. It's Amy Edwards, Chair of the Rockford Area School Board, and I'm here with the Board of Education. And we just finished our conversation, and we would like to enter into contract negotiations with you. And I believe that I'm just asking you if you are willing to enter into contract negotiations with us.
Yeah.
I heard a yes.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
All right.
I think she's emotional. That's good. All right. Okay, Amy, I'll go off and talk to her, and then come back to you in a second.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, all right. All right.
I'm just like, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So.
Okay, Rhonda, I'll give you a call back in just a bit. So, and we'll call you back. Thank you. Okay, she is very excited, as you heard, and I think the next step is, Amy, working with whoever you work with, put together a contract like you did other people, and hopefully get that thing done and move on to your board meeting on the 20th. It is public information tonight, so whoever, I think probably Kathy will put something out on your website or however you notify people and to go forward. And Dave and I will contact both Ted and Ron and express the gratitude from the board for the interviews and nice comments, and we'll go forward.
Sounds great. Thank you. Just before we do, am I on mute? No. Before we do move on to our next step, I do wonder if we would have a prepared statement. I would imagine it would be something that Ken, you and Dave would have, like similar before, that could be given to Kathy to then send out with the decision. Similar to other notices that you've done in other districts, perhaps?
Yeah, we can. Typically, you don't have an HR or a communications person, but typically it comes from the board chair. And all I would say, Amy, would be, and you can, say that the board as board agreed to enter into contract negotiations. I can send you something too, but enter into contract negotiations with Rhonda Dean to be the next superintendent for Rockford area schools. We expect to bring a contract back on April 20th. That's all you have to say.
Okay.
That'll be all, just so people know, and all of you can say whatever you want to say to individuals or people. That's fine. Okay.
Okay. So then address that from the chair is what you would recommend.
Yeah, as the chair of the board. Yep. Right.
Okay.
Yep. Right. And then Kathy can put it on your website, and however you communicate with the community and the staff, whatever that process is.
Sounds good. Kathy, I will send you that language momentarily.
Kathy there? Kathy, you there?
Yep, I'm there.
Okay,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will send that off to you. And then you can do your normal proofreading and all of that, and we'll get it out. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
Appreciate it.
Before we go, I really, and I'll let Dave speak too, but this obviously was a tough decision, and I appreciate the deliberate behavior of the board, the positive comments, how you went through this process. It'll speak well for Rhonda being able to move the district forward, and also with respect for the other two candidates and other candidates who interviewed. So really, I'm very, very impressed with the board and your commitment to the district, but also how you work together. And that speaks well for the district as you go forward. So thanks very much. Dave, you want to make a comment?
Yes, I would echo Ken's thanks to the board. We've consistently told prospective candidates throughout this process of recruiting that they would have the opportunity to work with a really good and nice school board. And there's been nothing here that would cause me to change my mind on that. You have been awesome. I want to thank the search committee, Jessica, Beth, and Eric. Eric, I've been talking to you more lately than I've talked to my wife. So we really appreciate everything you've done. And I would also like to thank Kathy, who has just helped us out immensely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thanks to Kathy as well. So no, it was a pleasure for us.
Wonderful. Thank you.
We're done. We're done, and we'll make the phone calls tonight, so they'll know.
Sounds good. I really appreciate all that you've done to support this search process and all of that. And then I will just express gratitude to the entire board for how you showed up, and we had really important conversations tonight. And again, very impressed with the entire caliber of the candidates that were presented forward to us. Kathy, thank you. Thank you for keeping all of us together. Thank you for all of the multiple different links for all of the appointments. Thank you for just helping with all of the communications. And I know you've partnered very closely with the search committee on many of those things. And I appreciate you looping me back in as board chair as some of those communications have gone out. So thank you for all of that. And this has been a really interesting experience doing this in the time of the pandemic too. So so thanks for everybody's flexibility, and thanks for the search committee's leadership in helping to move us all forward, because I think it could be very easy to be paralyzed by some of this. So thank you to the search committee for your leadership as well. So again, just expressing my gratitude to the whole team. Thank you. With that, if there are no further comments, on this agenda item, I would move on. So I'm just validating, are we good to move on to the next agenda item? Does anybody else have anything to say? No? Okay. I'm not seeing anything. All right, great. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to board announcements. So the next regular school board meeting will be on Monday, April 20th at 6:30 p.m. held via teleconference. That concludes our agenda for the evening. With that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Oh, I take that as Beth. Beth got the first in there. So first from Beth. And do I have a second?
Second, Brady.
From Brady. Yep, from Brady Anderson. Being that we're on teleconference, I will do a roll call vote to accept the motion to adjourn this meeting this evening. Brady Anderson.
Aye.
Kevin Campbell.
Aye.
Eric Gordy.
Aye.
Jessica Johnson.
Aye.
Beth Praska.
Aye.
Amy Edwards. Aye. Motion to adjourn passes 6-0. And the time is 10:20 p.m. This concludes the special session of the board meeting. Thank you very much.